Oh, good grief. So we've started early, have we? Oh, yeah. I don't even get time to try to tamp down my giant hair today. I got a hair. I can't get I don't know what is going on with the stupidness of the stupidness of this whole thing. Good morning. He jumps in, he starts from scratch. This is ridiculous. I don't know what's going on. This is insanity. So they changed the time on me. Yeah, it's early today. I don't get it. Yes, I'm going to be gaming tonight, I promise. It's a Friday night. There will be gaming. I insist. And I didn't. Oh, here it look. They're rolling in. This is ridiculous. Don't they realize I'm a professional? I have standards. Bless you. This is ridiculous. Hold on. We'll switch over to the camera. This is madness. I have a theory. My theory is he heard that all his ratings nonsense that he was talking about, how it's kicking the Bachelor's ass and all that kind of stuff, and the reviews were coming back that Republicans were thinking this press conference is a mess. Nobody needs to hear this. You're screwing things up. Stop it. And so instead of changing the writing, like they, or shuffling the cast around, what they did was what they used to do in the 80s and 90s with sitcoms and television shows, and they do on rare occasion on network television. They just moved the time zone. They just changed the time slot, rather. They changed the time slot. That's what this is. All they did was shift the time slot. Meanwhile, this ridiculousness. By the way, I don't want you guys to think I was slacking and sleeping in. I fixed this so that not only in the restream can I put you in the stream without crashing, that took some work, but you can see your little icons. So you're welcome. This is me freshly showered. No makeup selfies. So here we go. This is ridiculous. I've had half a cup of coffee. We'll see if we can make it through this. If he starts reading like he reads, I may doze off. If I do, just tweet me like mad. There you are, Carl. Look at that. See? So it wouldn't just say, YouTube and Twitch and all that kind of stuff. So it just seemed so impersonal. You guys work so hard on it. Oh, here he comes. Ha home, pa home, ha home, pa home, ha home, pa home, pa home.
Thank you very much, everybody. And
you're not welcome.
good afternoon. Today is Good Friday, and this Sunday, millions of...
Tell us the story. Okay, tell us the story of how Peter Cottontail and his gay lover started a farm, and they started raising chocolate eggs. And thank you, Robert Reynolds, and thank you, Penny Loco. I'm excited for the Good Friday story. I hope there's one on Sunday. I know Pence is going to talk him out of it, but please let him just decide to do Sunday school from the Oval Office. Oh my God, that would be so sweet. And if he doesn't do it, I might put on a wig and do it as him anyways.
Christians celebrate Easter and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. At this holy time, we pray that God will heal the sick and comfort the heartbroken and bless our heroes. As American families look forward to Easter, we're reminded that our story ends not in despair, but in triumph.
Oh my God. Your regular preacher couldn't be here today, so the substitute preacher is rolling in fresh off a bender. He's a little hungover, but he's going to get through this sermon, God damn it, if it kills him.
And renewal?
Renewal, as in the economy.
Very appropriate, isn't
it? Oh my God. Someone just wrote that down. I have to shut my door because I don't want to. I know I'm going to be screaming, and it's just not appropriate. It's not polite to the rest of the house. This Renewal is so appropriate. Oh, I can't believe. Oh, I forgot to switch screens. Sorry, I was so excited about myself. Sorry. Let the Easter lesson beginneth. Please. Look at him reading. Look at him reading. Like this is someone else prepared this sermon, but Jesus Christ. I'm not swearing. I'm calling for help. Thank you, Rebecca.
I'd like to provide Americans an update on our ongoing efforts in the war against the invisible enemy. Before I do that,
You'd like to, but you're not going to. I think you're going to talk about how great you're doing and how popular you are and how there's fake news.
I'll have a couple of notes. The United States, in discussions last night with Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Russia, and in dealing with OPEC nations.
Is Mexico an OPEC nation now? Did they get? I think he got. I think his second note is about Mexico, and he's mixing these two. We'll see.
We are trying to get.
We're trying to get oil prices higher so that we can all keep paying more at the pump because of all the businesses it helps.
Mexico.
Oh wait, the one business it helps.
As the expression goes, over the barrel. And Mexico is committing to do 100,000 fewer barrels. The president and I spoke last night. We have a great relationship, great friendship. They're helping us very much at the border. They have
Oh no, we're going to be talking about the soldiers at the border, aren't we?
7,000 soldiers, Mexican soldiers on
Right,
the border.
Mexican soldiers keeping out the Guatemalans.
Right now, stopping people from coming into our country.
Nobody's coming in, man. Mexico closed their border with us, going the other direction first. They have fewer cases of COVID-19 than we do. Why do you think people would be stampeding into it? They don't even, oh my God.
Wall goes up. We're up to about 168 miles of wall.
Great, super, yeah, You mean repaired wall?
And in speaking with the president,
what does that have to do with oil?
they have a limit. The OPEC nations have agreed to a different limit.
What? Mexico is not one of the OPEC nations. What are you talking about?
Reduction of about 23%. So what I thought I would do, and I don't know that it's going to be accepted, we'll find out. The United States will help Mexico along, and they'll reimburse us sometime at a later date when they're prepared to do so.
What? Wait a minute. What? Okay, first of all, what the shit? Thank you, Christina. So wait a minute. Wait a second. We are not only giving free storage in the Strategic National Reserve for U.S. oil companies to park their oil and then sell it later. We are now reimbursing Mexico for the oil they won't produce for the benefit of Saudi Arabia and Russia? What? What is this garbage? This is, and by the way, this seems to be the thing that has been keeping him up at night for the last 4 days.
And we had a great conversation, but we'll find out how that all works out.
It doesn't work out. It's a stupid idea.
As you know, they're trying to get rid of the glut of oil. There's a tremendous glut of oil.
Oh no, and before it spoils like milk on a shelf, it's oil. It's been in the same form for millennia. It's not going to rot, dipshit.
And we don't want anything to hurt our incredible industry. We're actually the largest producer in the world now. So we don't want anything to hurt those jobs, those great jobs in Texas and North Dakota and Oklahoma.
Places that I desperately need need election help in.
Home and everywhere. We have
Places that are turning purple because I'm such a dick.
a tremendous energy, New Mexico. Tremendous energy for business, and we want to keep those jobs. So we're working on it. I think eventually it's going to work out. It may work out quicker than what most people thought possible, and maybe it won't, but it'll work out eventually.
Well, I feel much better. Do you guys feel better? I feel better. That maybe it won't, but maybe it will, but it'll work work out much better than when it didn't. And thank you, Arlene. Good Lord. What is this?
Our experts are monitoring the data from every part of our country having to do with the topic that we're here to discuss.
Oil? Oh my God. Have you got a task force going around and seeing how much gas is in every pump in the country? Are we testing oil to see if it's really, really unleaded? What's the topic? What?
In the midst of grief and pain, we're seeing clear signs that our aggressive strategy is saving countless lives.
By our, you mean Cuomo's and Newsom's and Inslee's?
Tremendous progress is being made, although when you look at some of the numbers, I just spoke with Governor Cuomo, we had a good talk. When you look at those numbers, the numbers of death, people that have died.
Oh, I see. Just in case you weren't sure. What happens when someone dies? Death.
It's so horrible. Now, on the other side, you have the numbers of beds being used, we were just saying, are substantially reduced. That's usually the sign that it's heading in the downward curve.
No. That's not how this one works.
So New York, we know where that is.
Where is it?
But in the midst of all this grief and this pain, we're seeing these signs, and we're seeing them very strongly.
God damn it.
And a lot of that has to do with the aggressive strategy in saving so many lives. We're saving so many lives compared to what it could have been.
Compared to doing nothing. This is his standard now.
So nobody knows what the number is, but we had a number of 100,000 lives. As many as that is, it's impossible to even think of it.
No, it isn't. I'm thinking of it right now. It's horrible. Why is it hard to think? Why is it hard? Why is something, the difficulty that people would have imagining something, the standard by which that makes it horrible? And
that was the low end, with a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous amount of, you can call it many different things.
Well, okay, just give us one.
Our people had to be extremely strong and brave.
Okay, strong and brave. Being strong and brave.
To be able to put up with what they've put up with, but...
Yeah, oh, well, believe me. What I'm putting up with right now,
the minimum, if you did this, social distancing, and every other aspect, and I think I can say 90%, maybe even more than that, we're able to do it.
No.
Minimum number was 100,000 lives, and I think we'll be substantially under that number. Hard to believe that if you had 60,000, you can never be happy.
Well, I don't know why. You just said all the governors are happy. Every time you talk to the governors, they're happy. Aren't they, guys? Don't you remember? He every time he talks to a governor, even the ones with the highest levels of death, they're happy. They're happy.
But that's a lot fewer than we were originally told and thinking.
That's because, and by the way, the number that you're talking about, the downplayed number, is with full social distancing and quarantine through the end of May.
So they said between 100 and 220,000.
Right. So you're going to, as soon as you hit 60,000, you're going to open everything up again, and that's where the 100 and 250 comes from.
On the minimum side, and then up to 2.2 million lives if we didn't do anything.
Why is that an option? Why? You know, I could have just let this kill you guys. I don't know why that's an option every freaking time.
But it showed just tremendous resolve by the people of this country. So we'll see what it ends up being. But
sure, I guess we'll see. Who knows? Really?
It looks like we're headed to a number substantially below the 100,000. That would be the low mark. And I hope that bears out.
Yeah, we all do. and we're all staying in, so it does.
Situation in Detroit and New Orleans appears to be stabilizing. Detroit is really started to go up, and now it is stabilizing. And New Orleans is a great place. I have so many friends there. They can't believe what's happening, but it's really stabilized. I spoke with the governor of Louisiana, and as you know, we're building them additional beds right now. The Army Corps of Engineers,
Sounds like it's stabilizing to me then.
FEMA, and that is going to be done, and I hope they're not going to be very well used, because I think they've really, I don't think they're going to need them.
No, because the vast majority of the people who get this disease are just walking carriers of it, spreading it to other people. And the people who need ventilators are going to be the problem.
Certainly not very many of them. We built
Yeah, these are not convalescent beds.
a big hospital of 1,000 beds, and now
People crash so fast from this.
we're in the midst of doing another 1,000. I don't think they're going to be using very many of them, and that's a good thing. There was a time 2 weeks ago when we said that's not going to be nearly enough. We're going to have to build more, but we wanted to wait to see, and I'm glad we waited. It just looks like they're doing really well. Louisiana and the state of Michigan is doing
They're doing great, are they? Are they? Really?
really much better than we thought.
Much better than, what, a nuclear bomb going off in the
In
city?
Washington state, we've made enough progress that the
Oh, we have. We have. What was it you were calling the governor of Washington just a couple weeks ago for suggesting the things he suggested and requesting the things he requested that actually turned the corner on this? What was that?
governor is now able to return an Army field hospital, so we're going to take that hospital. We don't think we need any more hospitals. We built thousands of beds all over the country,
And 3 places.
and I think
No.
we're probably not going to need that hospital anyway. If we do, we're ready to move it to a different location. In New York, we're seeing hospital admissions declining very substantially, as I said, and nationwide, the number of new
Yeah, because no one is going out, so no one's falling down a flight of stairs.
cases per day is flattening substantially, suggesting that we're near the peak, and our comprehensive strategy is working. Over time, our guidelines to slow the spread are decreasing. The rate of new cases very substantially.
Oh, okay. Jesus. I thought he was going to start decreasing the guidelines all of a sudden. Dude, read the sentence with the word breaks where they should be and focus on the punctuation on the stuff you've never seen before while you read with your finger. Here's a good idea. Attenuate your brain so that you can read a little ahead of what's coming out of your mouth.
And will result in fewer hospital admissions, and we're seeing that. It's
Yeah, a lot of people are dying at home. You're not going to count those tests later, though.
incredible. I think with no exceptions, it's looking like it's lower.
Huh?
And again, that's because of the people doing what they had to do. Great
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's staying home. All that shit you told us not to do.
people, and working with elected representatives
Yeah, your governors who've actually given a shit.
and the doctors, the nurses, and everybody. I mean, just everybody. So
Just everybody. Yeah. Can I go back to golfing, please?
everybody so has been so amazing. I was told
You're welcome.
this morning again, please mention all of those people working in the grocery stores, and it's true.
Why does he have... No, he was told this yesterday. Why does he have to keep being reminded then? Why does someone need to tell you every day to thank the grocery workers? Why is this so far from your mind?
The checkouts and the clerks and the people that are really
It's the same note from yesterday. Oh my God, he left the
number
papers
of-
at home in his office. He's reading the briefing papers from yesterday.
people have become infected. So we want to thank them and a shout
Thanks for being infected, folks.
out to them. With the tireless devotion of American doctors and nurses and all of the medical people, we've kept our fatality rate very, very low compared to other countries.
No.
My administration is closely monitoring the data on the virus's impact on our cherished African American communities because they've been hit hard.
And they are cherished. Don't you feel cherished? Cherish the thought of what you're telling me. You will not die.
And the Surgeon General will be sharing more of that information.
Oh, because he's black? Criminy. Are we Ben Carsoning this whole thing? You know, only black people use HUD, so I'll put one black person in charge of HUD and get points for that.
Right after we're finished here, he'll be coming up and saying exactly what's happening, because it's really, it's very troublesome, I will tell you that. I'd also like to provide clarity on the important point for many Americans on elective surgeries.
I can't wait for the clarity. Sure. Oh, here comes a wave of clarity.
Well, we've asked hospitals to cancel surgeries and procedures that do not take place at this time, just not to do them now. The choice to delay any treatment still remains between the patient and their doctor.
Oh, wait. So we're not delaying elective treatments anymore. We're opening that back up.
We're not advising Americans to postpone medical treatment that their doctor believes should occur now. So it's different kinds of surgery, obviously.
Like what?
But we're really getting to the point where you can start to think about doing that surgery, if necessary, pretty soon. I think pretty soon.
When? Why would you say this? All right.
Yesterday, I directed Secretary of Agriculture Sonny Perdue to expedite aid to American farmers. And Secretary Perdue will be using all of the tools at his disposal to develop a program, and very quickly, of at least $16 billion to provide relief for farmers, ranchers, and producers impacted by the coronavirus.
Are these American farmers, ranchers, and producers? Or is a big ag landholder, I don't know, from, say, Brazil, going to get a check too from the U.S. government?
In this time of crisis, we must keep our supply chains moving from the beginning, right from beginning.
Thank you. Benny Loco says, your hair looks so nice and poofy this morning. It's true. I was literally like drying it, and I looked up and they were going to start this thing, and I was like, what the hell? I got up early this morning. I was trying to, because I was up late last night. I got up early-ish. Early is relative. Don't judge me. I got up early this morning so that so that I could try and stream something that wasn't this before 2 o'clock today when he does it my time, and son of a bitch if he doesn't start early.
To end, and we're committed to supporting the amazing men and women who produce supply. I did last night a statement on social media, and I said...
Oh, a statement on social media? What social media was that? You mean Twitter? You tweeted? Why don't you just say you tweeted?
I have directed Secretary...
Oh my God, he can't read his own tweets.
Secretary Sonny Perdue to expedite help to our farmers, especially to the smaller farmers.
The short ones? The hobbits? You're making sure the hobbits get plenty?
Who are very, very badly hurting right now. I expect Secretary Perdue to use all of the funds and authorities at his disposal to make sure that our food supply is stable and safe, and our great farmers are prosperous and continue to be prosperous. We're working very hard to make sure our...
He has no idea what's going on. So we're having problems with meat packing plants and egg producers because of the run on eggs and people being sick at meat processing plants. So they're running low on staff, and 2 of them have had to shutter, and that's the concern. This is not a farmer's thing currently, but he doesn't know that. They just said, just send us some cash.
Supply chain.
He has no idea what's going on.
Is sound and plentiful.
Sound and plentiful, a horn of plenty, a cornucopia.
But we all know that that begins with our farmers, cattlemen, ranchers, and producers. So we're going to be working with the small farmers.
Oh my God, it's the first time. This is one of those tweets that his staff put out for him, and that's why he's having trouble reading it, because there's nothing's misspelled.
The big farmers, the cattlemen, the ranchers, all of the producers. We're going to take care of them. We're working with them right now. We have a lot of money that was put there through our use of tariffs and other means, and we're going to help out our farmers.
No. You don't know what you're talking about. You're stuck on the same talking point from 3 months ago, which was a lie then.
And I don't think...
Let me guess, China's going to be paying for it? Mexico's going to build a wall around the cows?
I tell you, I've been helping our farmers for a couple of years.
Yeah, and I know. We've heard the same song, and it's not true. It's called socialism, is what it is. That's what you're using. Yeah.
They were targeted, as you know, by China and others.
Were they targeted, or were they just not buying stuff because you started a trade war with them?
And I think they're very grateful for what we've done.
They weren't targeted. They just stopped buying from them because the price was higher, because you were setting... Oh, God.
On the medical front, the FDA has issued 47 emergency...
By the way, this is not for, like, single-family ranchers and farmers and all that kind of stuff. They'll get a pittance out of this. These are for, like, large megacorp agribusiness companies like Tyson and stuff that are going to get this. Jesus.
Use authorizations for advancements in testing, new ventilator designs, innovations in personal protective equipment, and experimental medicines. And Dr. Hahn's going to be talking about that.
Yeah, let me guess. You're going to talk about how awesome it is that we have 29 million doses of hydroxychloroquine sitting around in a friggin' warehouse in case we have a rush of lupus in the country.
We've cut through the red tape to give doctors and patients unprecedented freedom to make their
decisions that will make them go blind?
own healthcare decisions.
Unless they, I guess that includes elective surgery now in the middle of a pandemic?
Granting access to potential therapies and drugs. Since Monday, we've deployed 2 major shipments of hydroxychloroquine.
Jesus, man, how can you not? This is your favorite word. What the shit is going on? Why is he incapable of, why does he have to relearn this word every time? He's been selling this crap. I mean, at least he's just, he's moved from zithromycin to just calling it Z-Pak and leaves it there. But for Christ's sake, man, you've been saying, do you try it? Hydroxychloroquine and remdesivir. And, oh God.
From our national stockpile, and it's going to various cities.
Is it? What's it going to go there to do? Replenish the lack of hydroxychloroquine that was there because all your followers bought it up?
And we are also disposing and getting, as quickly as we can, portions of it to the Department of Veterans Affairs.
You mean dispensing? You're disposing of it. He just leaked a piece of truth. He said disposing. They're dumping a bunch of it to pretend it went out the door. That's what that is. This is it. Seriously. They're dumping this shit. They bought it and they're throwing it out so it looks like they shipped it somewhere. Hi, Rebecca. Thank you so much. That's what this is.
There's
brain fart is what we're saying.
The Department of Defense. And speaking of the Department...
What are they going to bomb Iraq with it?
Department of Defense, they're going to be sending us 10 million N95 masks that they had. And we're in great shape in every way. We're in great shape with ventilators. We're in great shape with protective clothing.
No.
We have additional plane loads coming in, but we're not getting any calls from governors at this moment. I can speak.
Because they went and bought their own. And they're not telling you if they're getting their own from other sources, because if the feds find out, Jared they get seized. Their stuff gets stolen.
I think for Vice President Pence, he'll be talking in a little while. We're getting very few calls from...
Yeah, they've just stopped asking you. All they needed from him was the declaration of an emergency. That's all they needed. The states needed that, and then they're off and running on their own. Because if you ask for anything, I mean, how many times do you ask for ventilators, get broken ones or none at all, before you start looking for your own sources? The governors' associations are talking behind his back.
From governors or anybody else needing anything, they're in great shape for the surge that's coming in certain areas in particular. And
Oh, yeah? I thought it was leveling off. It was no big deal. Like, we're already over the hump.
that's a good job. You've done a great job on that, Mike. Really.
You did a great job, Mike. They're not talking to us anymore. Nice makeup line, bruh. Look at that. Look at the fade. That's really weird. And a straight bullfrog right now. That's not a good time. I can't look at that anymore.
Great job. I appreciate it. The whole country appreciates it.
Yeah, we appreciate you getting out of the way and letting the governors solve their own friggin' problems.
More than 2 million coronavirus tests have
Just get the word virus out.
now been completed, and we're conducting approximately 100,000 more every day.
Great. Yeah, how many of those 100,000 today are the people who were tested yesterday because they have to go back to work because they are EMTs or medical workers or supervisors or people working on the Mercy or the Comfort or governmental staff around you?
We're also working to bring blood-based serology tests to the market as quickly as possible.
He got through serology fairly well. It's serology, but, you know, he didn't faint. So I guess that's a plus. Serology.
So that Americans can determine whether or not they have already had
An antibody test. Yeah, that's the thing we need to get the economy moving again. That should be your primary focus. I can't believe you're not screaming about it left and right. The reason you aren't is because there isn't one yet, and you can't claim victory. But you have to prioritize it. What a moron.
the virus and potentially have immunity.
Immunity. Magic word. It's one of the magic. I like saying that one.
They have immunity if they've had the virus. A lot of them don't even know if they've had it.
Yeah, that's why we need an antibody test. Stupid.
Sometimes it's brutal. You see the Prime Minister seems to be doing well now, I hope. He had a rough...
You mean Boris Johnson, the only person that you've name-dropped in this entire affair who's had the disease?
Go of it, and still is, but he's doing...
No, I think... Didn't he say... Who did he said somebody else who was a reporter who had it. And it was actually his brother. He got the person wrong.
Better. And then some people don't even know they had it. It could be...
You know, people who have been working on a Chinese show for a while and who've been on a cruise ship and dozens of commercial flights and had a weird cough in January and it went away? You mean people like that? Gee, I'd like to find out.
Sniffles, it could be they don't feel perfect.
Well, nah, you're right. Take it back. I always feel perfect, so probably wrong.
But they've had it. And they're the lucky ones.
Oh, I feel lucky. I feel lucky. So lucky.
The NIH, CDC, and FDA are currently validating these antibody tests to ensure that they're accurate, and they're doing that at breakneck speed. I think.
Oh, really? Don't break your neck, anybody at the FDA, CDC, and NIH. We've got 3 broken necks.
That doctor, and we're going to get them approved.
2 of our doctors are drinking through a tube now.
Quickly, Dr. Hahn. When
O'Hara's treachery has disgraced us.
Validated, we're confident that the production will scale up to tens of millions of tests very quickly. We're leading the world now in testing.
Yeah, and cases and deaths. We're leading the world.
And we're going to keep it that way. Other countries are coming to us.
Yeah, Prince Charles tested positive. He didn't get a name drop.
And they're wanting to know about our tests and can
Prince Andrew would have, though, because they've hung out.
They buy the tests, and can they do whatever they have to do to get the tests, and we're going to make that very soon. We'll be in a position to make that possible.
What, make a profit off of it?
Because it's important for them.
It's important that we sell the antibody test to everybody to see if they can go back into normal life. Thank you, Natalie. That's awesome. What did it say? Thank you so much for all you do. Keep us laughing and smiling through this horror show. That's what I'm here to do. There was a nurse on, I think some of you may have seen her on MSNBC, and she was talking about how horrible it is, what they've been going through. And she said at one point, we just started telling jokes all day, just to keep our spirits up, just to help us laugh through this, because it was the only thing they had. And I was like, exactly. Welcome to the show. Do I take this seriously? Absolutely. Do I take him seriously? Fuck off.
To have it. And we're going to have an announcement on the World Health Organization sometime next week. As you know, we give them approximately $500 million a year. And we're going to be talking about that subject next week. We'll have a lot to say about it.
Yeah, maybe you should have had your team engaging with it for the entirety of your president instead of putting it on autopilot and trusting that other countries will just deal with it.
Every American should be proud of what our country has achieved in just a short period of time.
We are. We're just embarrassed by you.
The U.S. military has
You're a maniac.
deployed thousands of personnel to build 23 temporary hospitals with more than 16,000 beds. And we have the potential to build many more if we needed them. We're all ready to go, but I don't think we're going to need them, which is great.
Because people are dying quicker than you think and they crash faster.
Great news.
Fake news. So now the projections before we shut down the country are fake news because we shut down the country and it's working.
And we built those hospitals in 12 states and the District of Columbia using the Defense Production Act, and we used it like a hammer. A lot of the media said, oh, we weren't using it. We used it like a hammer to a point where all we had to do is say the words and everybody gave us Max, and they've done a good job.
They gave you Max? Max? Is that your new dog? You have a dog named Max? You mean masks? It's hard to say sometimes because there's an S and then a K and then an S because it's plural. It can be rough. So, but you can ask me later how to pronounce that.
They really have done a good job with few exceptions. And we've harnessed the full power of American industry to produce ventilators and other essential supplies.
No, you haven't.
Right now, we're making thousands of ventilators, many of which we won't need, but we'll use them in our stockpile. And we'll build that up. We'll also help build up the stockpiles, which they should have had.
They did have, and you killed the repair contract on them.
The states, and so we're working with
The states are getting their own.
governors on that, and we'll also help other countries. There are countries that are calling us for help. They need ventilators, and they're in no position to build ventilators. We are. We have Ford and General Motors and many companies.
We'll get them, and the new ones are going to be luxury. They're going to have Sirius satellite radio and airbags.
Building ventilators.
Oh, that's what we were talking about. I forgot. I almost missed it.
So we're going to be helping at a not too distant point. We're going to be helping quite a few of the countries. Now
so what's going to happen is as soon as he's been told by somebody that we've hit the max point of death and we're on the downslope of it, he's going to start relaxing things. And for about a week, things are going to start to look better. And then it's going to pop back up again. But in that downturn, he's going to start shipping all of our N95 masks and ventilators to other countries.
launched Project Airbridge to deliver nearly 300 million
Project Farting Eagle.
pieces of personal protective equipment from and around the globe.
From and around?
We're also shipping out.
Wait, from and around? So we're sending stuff out? We are sending stuff out. What are you talking about?
60 sterilization systems to 10 different cities that.
This doesn't sound good.
Each sterilize up to 80,000 masks each day. And
Oh, sterilizing masks. Phew!
I've been hearing it can go up to 120,000 masks a day. Certain equipment with certain additions. It's a company in Ohio that makes it. It's a great company, great. I hear it's a great product, works very well. I asked
What's the name of the company? What's the name of the product?
that question. I said, how come we have to buy so many masks? Why can't we?
Reuse stuff. I can't see bacteria. I know a guy from Fox News who hasn't washed his hands in 10 years.
Sterilize the masks that are being used? And the answer was, you can. In this case, they say up to 20 times. So we can take a mask, certain types of masks, the N95s in particular, and we can sterilize them make them very clean,
Sterilize them.
up to 20 times. That's a great thing. In addition, we passed the largest emergency economic relief package in American history to save the U.S. economy and protect
We know this. None of it's going out. I don't know why.
American worker. As you know, this past week, which was 4 active days on the stock market, Good Friday today is not included. The markets are closed.
So that's why I had it earlier today. That's what it is. Oh my God. What do you think the chances are we're looking at a clandestine golf tournament? Like, no helicopters, Secret Service doesn't give you clearance, secret golf game. What do you think? That's why this is earlier today, because the stock market isn't open. They've been having them later in the day, son of a bitch.
In 4 days, we had the biggest market increase, stock market increase that we've had in 50 years. That tells you that there's a pent-up demand. That tells you they want to get back. There's something good going to happen. I really believe that. There's something very good going to happen.
Because this is not an economic downturn. Everyone knows this.
We have to get back. So think of it in this horrible period.
How much money we could make. Oh my God.
This horrible, dark period where the
Terrible dark, but the market's going to up like a rocket.
this monster came and
And you let it in the door like a vampire. Now once it crosses the threshold with your permission, it can ravage everybody.
worked its horrible, horrible spell over the world. 184 countries as of this morning. 184 countries.
We're going to hear about how you can't know, your friends don't know there are that many
We've
countries.
done well, and I guess the market thinks we've done well because we had the biggest stock market increase without one day. We're talking 4 days instead of 5 that we've had in 50 years. 50 years. Think of that. More than 50 years, actually. In short, the American people have launched the greatest mobilization of our society
What?
since World War II, deploying every scientific, governmental, medical, and military resource to defeat the virus. So I want to just start then with
Did you guys realize, by the way, that the stock market is up over where it was before this all started? I didn't realize that. I don't know how I missed it.
we're going to answer questions later. We'll have time. I think we have a lot
Oh, will we? Good Lord. Since the stock market's not open today,
of time today. A lot of people are off, as they should be, Good Friday. So I'll stick around. We'll answer questions
oh no.
later. I want to start with Deborah Birx, please, Dr. Birx, and you can go over some of the numbers we just looked at, and that'd be great. Thank you very much, Deborah.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for outlining how well we are doing in a series of metro areas.
Oh, her scarf is tied to the side. Did they have to drag her in here? Like it was draped in the center, be like, come on, you're going to do this. I don't want to do it. It's Good Friday. And then, come here. All right, get out there. Tell everybody how the president's plan is working.
What also has been encouraging for those of you who are watching Epidemic curves every day, and I'm sure you are, and watching them in log phase, because that's how epidemiologists like to look at their curves. You can see for the first time that in the United States, we're starting to level on the logarithmic phase like Italy did about a week ago. And so this gives us great heart that not only in specific places, but we're starting to see that change. Obviously, a lot of that is driven by the improvement in New York City. Remember, for a long time, they were over 50% of our cases and 50% of our new cases.
And a bunch of this shit that's going to hit the fan is all going to come from rural areas with very few people in them, so they're not going to chart very big. You wipe out a whole town, and it still wouldn't chart without the New York numbers.
That has dramatically changed because of the impact of what the citizens of New York and New Jersey and across Connecticut and now Rhode Island are doing to really change the course of this pandemic and really change the trajectory of new cases. We're seeing that what many states and metro areas were experienced as twofold and fourfold increases that went to twofold, that now those are going to 8 days between the doubling rate. Watching this every day gives us hope across these metro areas.
You tell him, big boy. Step in. Don't let her take your thunder.
New York and New Jersey and all through Denver.
Oh, he wants to. He wants to. It's over. It's over. Let's open everything back up. It's fine now.
Of course, through New Orleans. We still see cases occurring in the Boston area and in...
You mean all the other areas we haven't been charting in yet? Like, this is the aggravating part. You're looking at California, Washington State, and New York, who took this very seriously and have been stomping on this with both feet. Large population states, especially California and New York, that have been dealing with this on the most draconian way longer than anyone. Meanwhile, you are not even tracking people in the red states at this point because what's a couple of cases of pneumonia?
Chicago, but their rate of increase seems to be stabilizing. And we really want to call out the work of the mayors of Baltimore and the district and Philadelphia, who have really brought all of their health experts together and working with their communities are starting to...
That's right, Aubrey. Turn the machines back on. It's like trading places. Turn the machines back on. Tell them to sell.
Really change the curves in those areas. What we're seeing is we're united in social distancing, and that's been very encouraging to all of us, and it should be encouraging to the healthcare providers that are on the front line, many of which are...
I'm just looking. So, right, I have a little bit of temple drawback in my hairline. That's pretty normal, right? Notice how the hair, or the skin
serving
at the temple point and in front of it, same color. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Like that and that are the same color. You notice how that's the same? Also, like my eyes are slightly lighter than my cheeks from sun, but there's a transitional color fade. See the point I'm making? All right.
Our Americans with such dignity and respect and ensuring that everybody gets optimal care. And as the president noted, our more...
Oh, I can't. Somebody asked for it. Don't make me zoom in on this dude. It's horrifying. I'm not going to do it. I can't do it. Like you could...
Mortality in the United States is significantly less than many of the other countries when you correct them for population, and that is really solely the work of our frontline healthcare providers. And so working with, you can really, hopefully you get the theme today that we are incredibly proud of our public health leaders at the city level, at the state level, at the federal level, who are working together to really change the course of this pandemic, working with their citizens and their communities to make these changes. And the American public, who have really taken all of this to heart and stayed home. I know
this is all the bending of the curve is all due to the American public taking this seriously en masse and governors. Literally the success that we're seeing has fuck all to do with these daily briefings and him basically filleting himself on camera.
We really asked a lot of people in the Washington and Baltimore area to consolidate, not go out frequently to grocery stores or pharmacies. You can really see that that's having a huge impact. So
yeah, I noticed Instacart is hiring.
It's really about the encouraging signs that we...
And by the way, I feel like this rolled so fast into doing this that I didn't get to say, hi, Can't Stop Lying. Hi, Carl. Hi, everybody. Hi, Cosmic Rose. Good to see you. Hello, Joe Carter. Hello, Jeff Ninecow. It's always good to see you here as well. Liberty.
But as encouraging as they are, we have not reached the peak. And so every day we need to continue to do what we did yesterday.
Don't let him tell you we can stop. Look at him. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. No. As soon as you tell me peak dead, I kick the barn doors open. That's the deal.
And the week before and the week before that, because that's what in the end is going to take us up across the peak and down the other side. We continue to really applaud the work of California and Washington State and Oregon.
Wait, God damn it. What party do the governors...
We're learning from all three of those states.
Yeah, you are.
From their public health officials.
About
how they were able to keep the virus from ever becoming logarithmic. And I think that's an important lesson for all of us on how they did that, what the timing was in case we ever have to face this issue in the future.
Here's a good idea. Gavin Newsom 2028.
Thank you, Mr. President.
How about that? Newsom, Cuomo, Cuomo, Newsom. I think Cuomo's older, right? Is he older? I think so. He looks older, but that might be a New York thing. Cuomo, Newsom, and then Newsom, Inslee? No, Inslee's too old for that. We'll have to rotate somebody else through.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So again, just keeping on the theme that Dr. Birx had
You have to adjust the teeny little microphones. That's cold.
mentioned, this is the end of the week, that famous week that we spoke about last weekend,
No, it isn't. Sunday's the end of the week.
in which what actually was predicted to happen, happened. We're starting to see the leveling off and the coming down that Dr. Birx had mentioned. But it's important to remember that this is not the time to feel that since we have made such important advance in the sense of success of the mitigation, that we need to be pulling back at all. I was at
Oh, no, no, no. Look, listen. Is it how long before he starts calling him Little Tony?
actually hearkened by the fact that we've been talking about the New York, New Jersey, New Orleans, and other areas where they have really big spikes. But there's other parts of the country, in the middle parts of the country, where they're concerned to make sure they don't get those spikes.
How concerned are they? So concerned that the governor of Kansas said no gatherings and the legislature overturned her and allowed church services this weekend, which will lead to 2 weeks from now a spike in cases there?
And I really
You mean like that?
want to salute
She's suing them through the state Supreme Court to stop it?
the governors of states throughout the entire United States, but particularly in the central part of the country, because the governors obviously see us in these press conferences. And I've had calls over the last several days from several of the governors, from Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, Utah. Just about an hour and a half ago, I spoke with the governors of Arkansas and Wyoming, who are really committed to make sure that they don't get into the situation where they're going to have spikes in their state. And they're doing
Yeah, because they have small towns that have deeper and more personal interactions between people, and one sick person can be a super spreader in a small town.
kinds of things
One loner in New York might not hit that many people.
that they don't get recognized because people don't talk about them much. But we have a big country. We have 50 states, and it's not only the big cities. So if we're going to pull out of this, we're going to pull out of it in the big cities, and we're going to pull out of it in those areas
Thanks, Nikki.
that aren't as densely populated. And I just want to give a shout out to them. They're doing an extraordinary job. I was really pleasant. I wouldn't say surprised, because I expect it of this country. But to hear what they're doing and the commitment that they're putting into making sure that we don't have the kinds of situations that we've experienced, unfortunately, in other areas. This is very important. I just want to close by one other thing, something I mentioned yesterday and the day before, that there are a lot of candidate interventions that are going into clinical trials. For those of you who are interested in it, I recommend you go to clinicaltrials.gov, and you'll see the design of a clinical trial, and you see that many of them are the randomized controlled trials that are the really gold standard of how
As opposed to anecdotal bullshit stories from a friend of a friend who drank pool cleaner and Clorox.
you find out whether something really is safe and
Yeah. For example, listed on there will be the fact that the French and the Swedish studies of hydroxychloroquine were stopped because people were getting heart arrhythmias and mild heart attacks. And the only reason they didn't die from them is because they didn't do these tests away from medical supervision. And they were going blind.
effective. And as the weeks and months, and it'll probably be months, sometime in the summer, we'll start to see which are working, which are not, and to focus on those that we're developing and will work. I'll be happy to answer questions later. Thank you.
He's adorable, by the way. And when we're done, we have to put him back in the 20s where we got him.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Task Force has been very focused on increasing the supply of personal protective equipment for our great providers. I was one of those providers a few months ago, and I can tell you nothing is more important than making sure they have what they need.
To you.
So in order to increase the supply of N95 masks, FDA has worked with
Thanks, Larry.
industry and has now authorized 2 companies who will supply machines to sterilize N95 masks.
You just mentioned that.
Admiral Polovchek and FEMA are purchasing on behalf of U.S. government 60 sterilization machines, as mentioned by the President. And they will be positioned around the country to increase the amount of supply of N95 masks.
60 of those. Sweet. How many hospitals are there in the country? Anybody know? 6,734?
Each machine will be able to sterilize 80,000 N95 masks per day, and we hope to actually increase
At one site.
that further.
Where are you going to gather them? Are you just going to, who's going to drive the dirty masks to the site? Which hospitals are going to get one? This is, whatever, 1.1 per state?
The Vice President and the White House Task Force challenged us yesterday, and we responded as a team. FDA issued revised guidance regarding the laundering of gowns, because gowns are another issue in terms of supply that we're looking forward on. This is not something that normally happens around the country, but issued this guidance. It's on our website now at FDA, so there's information about how hospitals can do that to increase the supply.
How about UVC lamps in airplane ventilation systems? How about that?
Concerns that maybe hospitals might not want to do that because of regulations, and I can happy to tell you that
We're getting rid of the regulations that were put in place because a reused gown caused major infections and staff rampaging through hospitals and people dying of infections that they get when they came in for a minor medical intervention.
Administrator Verma and I have worked on this. Certified providers and suppliers who follow FDA guidance as posted on the website.
I'm going to go down there and personally throw gowns. Right, can't stop lying. I'm just going to chuck gowns at people.
Will be compliant with Medicare and Medicaid requirements. And then finally, last week, FDA provided guidance to manufacturers on manufacturing specifications for cloth gowns. This is another attempt to increase the number of gowns. Typically, it's plastic or other types of materials.
Great, we're going back to 1930s technology. It's a great step forward. We're going to be the best in the world at people feeling the lumps on your head to see if you're going to be a criminal or not.
And this guidance, if followed, can be used by manufacturers to actually make these gowns, and no further regulatory red tape will be necessary. They can go into circulation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. I started off the week talking about the challenges that lie ahead, and I want to finish the week just by reiterating what you've heard. Mitigation works. It definitively and quantitatively is working, and I want to say thank you to America for your efforts to help flatten the curve and to save lives.
Yes.
But at the President's direction, yesterday I met with 2,000 Hispanic leaders from their communities, and today,
From their communities. Are they? Okay. Laura Kelly is a phenomenal governor, proud to be a Kansas Democrat. Nice job, Rebecca. She is terrific. You're right. Thank you so much.
the Vice President led a phone call that I was on with hundreds of African American leaders, including the Reverend Jesse Jackson, including Derek Johnson of the NAACP, including the National Medical Association and the Black Nurses Association, to talk about some of the alarming trends we're observing regarding the impact of COVID-19 on communities of color. Mm-hmm. And you've heard the stats in New York City. Hispanics represent the majority of deaths. In Milwaukee County, blacks are 25% of the population, but almost 50% of the cases and 75% of the deaths. Mm-hmm. So what's going on? Well, it's alarming, but it's not surprising that people of color have a greater burden of chronic health conditions. African Americans and Native Americans develop high blood pressure at much younger ages. It's less likely to be under control and does greater harm to their organs.
Environmental toxicity. It's got to be the next big move in the country. Like the idea that we don't spend, we don't focus on cleaning up, literally cleaning up, not like of crime, literally physically cleaning up parts of our city and pushing people to do it in their own homes is a waste of governance.
Puerto Ricans have higher rates of asthma, and black boys are
Thank you, Joe Carter.
3 times as likely to die of asthma as their white counterparts. As a matter of fact, I've been carrying around an inhaler in my pocket for 40 years out of fear of having a fatal asthma attack. And I hope that Showing you this inhaler shows little kids with asthma all across the country that they can grow up to be Surgeon General one day. But I more immediately share it so that everyone knows it doesn't matter if you look fit, if you look young, you are still at risk for getting and spreading and dying from coronavirus. The chronic burden of medical ills is likely to make people of color, especially, less resilient to the ravages of COVID-19, and is possibly, in fact, likely.
Trump looks like he's upset he just found out that his Surgeon General has asthma. He's like, wait a minute, that's not central casting.
That the burden of social ills is also contributing. Social distancing and teleworking we know are critical, and you've heard Dr. Brooks and Dr. Fauci talk about how they prevent the spread of coronavirus, yet only 1 in 5 African Americans and 1 in 6 Hispanics has a job that lets them work from home. People of color are more likely to live in densely packed areas and in multi-generational housing situations, which create higher risk for spread of a highly contagious disease like COVID-19. We tell people to wash their hands, but a study showed 30% of the homes on Navajo Nation don't have running water. So how are they going to do that? In summary, people of color experience...
The people that don't have running water in their homes in those areas don't encounter that many people. It's the outsiders who come in that bring the illness. Those people need to wash their hands when they're encountering people who don't normally... All right, God. Molly, thank you, Molly.
Both more likely exposure to COVID-19 and increased complications from it. But let me be crystal clear. We do not think people of color are biologically or genetically predisposed to get COVID-19.
No, but there were stories going around, especially in Milwaukee and in Chicago and in parts of New York, that black people don't get the disease. It was a disinfo campaign that was bumped up by, guess who? Gee, online. Who is floating the idea that black people couldn't get this online? What group has been monkeying around with the U.S.'s social media to try and destroy our electorate and kill our citizens for a long time? Oh, that's right, Russia.
There is nothing inherently wrong with you, but they are socially predisposed to coronavirus exposure and to have a higher incidence of the very diseases that put you at risk for severe complications of coronavirus.
Right.
But as the Vice
Due to environmental toxins and poverty.
President shared on the call this morning, this history, and I want you to hear me say this, it does not have to be our nation's future. We're taking steps now in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic to reach, protect, and strengthen all communities impacted by this disease, and especially our communities of color. More details will be forthcoming, but we are actively working, as the Vice President and the CDC Director laid out today, data collection, targeted outreach to communities of color, and increasing financial, employment, education, housing, social, and health supports so that everybody has an equal chance to be.
Yeah, all the stuff that Democrats have been screaming about for decades now. All of a sudden, you give a shit. Thank you, Abigail.
And I want to close by saying that while your state and local health departments and those of us in public service are working day and night to help stop the spread of COVID-19 and to protect you regardless of your color, your creed, or your geography, I need you to know you are not helpless. And it's even more important that in communities of color, we adhere to the task force guidelines to slow the spread. Stay at home if possible. If you must go out, maintain 6 feet of distance between you and everyone else, and wear a mask if you're going to be within 6 feet of others. Wash your hands more often than you ever dreamed possible. Avoid alcohol, tobacco, and drugs. And call your friends and family. Check in on your mother. She wants to hear from you right now. And speaking of mothers, we need you to do this, if not for yourself, then for your abuela. Do it for your granddaddy. Do it for your big mama. Do it for your pop-pop. We need you to understand, especially in communities of color, we need you to step up and help stop the spread so that we can protect those who are most vulnerable.
Thank you, Deanna.
This epidemic is a tragedy, but it will be all the more tragic if we fail to recognize and address the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 and an array of other diseases and risk factors on communities of color. The task force and this administration are determined not to let that happen. The president, the vice president have said, we will not let that happen.
It's already happening. You found out later. You didn't care about these disparities or these ongoing health concerns until it started jacking up your COVID numbers.
Can't fix
This is just a cruise ship to him.
issues overnight, but I promise you we will work with your communities to quickly and meaningfully move the needle in the right direction. Nothing less than the fate of our families and friends My family and friends depends on it.
Mike, please, some details. We need a cleansing white palette after having to let the black guy talk. It's very difficult.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And for those of you that need to adjust the iris of your camera, we'll give you a second. It's like shooting an eclipse.
Today, the White House Coronavirus Task Force met and heard from the President the gratitude that he and I know all the American people feel for all the dedicated workers at FEMA, HHS, U.S. Public Health Service.
He's lapping you, Trump. He's coming up there and saying all the stuff you said, but he doesn't have to read with his finger.
FDA and all those that are literally working on your behalf around the clock to partner with states, to partner with local health officials. And
Trump's ready to go.
And Mr. President, allow me to add my thanks and admiration to all of the entire team here at the federal level.
He thought that was coming his way. Look at him. He's like, oh, you're going to think, oh, yeah, all right. Oh.
On this Good Friday, we remember those who've lost their lives to the coronavirus. We remember their families, our dedicated healthcare workers, and our first responders. And we do well on this special day for Christians across this country to remember them in our prayers. But as you just heard from Dr. Birx and from the experts, it's also a good day to remember that Good Friday is always followed by Easter Sunday. And there is hope. There is hope in this moment that thanks to what the American people are doing every day, adhering to the President's coronavirus guidelines for America, thanks to the fact that Americans are listening to state and local.
That's why we're launching our Make Good Friday Great Again. With the direction of the President, we are letting Jared Kushner rebuild the Temple on the Mount, and Trump will be flying down there to declare himself God, and hopefully the rapture will begin and I can get off this rock.
Leaders and putting the health of their family members and neighbors first. We're getting there, America.
This is Trump's pretend he's at church stance.
We're making progress, but it's imperative that we all continue to implement all of the
continue to implement, checks his watch,
guidance in the 30 days to slow the spread. As the Surgeon General just attested, at the President's direction, we engaged more than 400 leaders in the African American community today, and allow me to express my appreciation for their leadership. And
I gotta say, like, these ginormous numbers of meetings where it's like, we met with 10,000 faith leaders. No, you didn't. No one meets with, it's like saying Nickelback had a meeting with 9,000 Canadians 2 weeks ago.
Their efforts in communicating to African Americans and other minority populations some of the unique challenges that those communities face.
And you know how you solve a unique challenge, unique up on it.
In the midst of this epidemic. And the CDC, as the Surgeon General said, is working on not only studying the issue, but very rapidly issuing new guidance. And we'll be communicating that new guidance to all of those great leaders. On the subject of testing and supplies, the President gave a great amount of detail, more than
2.1 did he?
1 million tests have been performed, and we continue to work very, very closely with
We're going to do this every day. Tomorrow we're going to have to hear 2.2 million because they're doing 100,000 a day. The day after that, let me guess, 2.3 million?
FDA and suppliers around the country to expand the ability of testing. And you just heard Dr. Hahn reflect on the fact
O'Hara's treachery has disgraced us.
Very soon we will have an antibody test.
What? How soon? When? Because that's the only thing that brings the country back to full function.
Americans
Because I think there's a high chance that I've already had it.
will be able to take to determine.
But I'm not going to go outside and risk harming someone unless I know
Whether they ever had the coronavirus. I spoke today to the governor of Colorado, Jared Polis. We've been in contact with Senator Cory Gardner about an outbreak at a particular meatpacking facility in the Colorado area. And at this time, our team is working with the governor and working with the senator to ensure that we flow testing resources At this point, there are some 14 people hospitalized, maybe 200 to 300 of the workforce have been impacted, and we spoke about providing those resources this weekend. And I want to encourage
Trump
people in
didn't know anything
Colorado
about that, by the way.
We will work.
He just said farmers. He got lost in his old tariff ridiculousness. Thanks, Bob.
To support
Look at him learning of this right now.
that effort, but I also want to emphasize that all of the people that are working.
He's trying to peek on his paper. Is there a new? Is there?
In food supply, from farmers to meat packers to distributors to truckers to grocers, continue to have our gratitude, as President Trump said just a few moments ago. On supplies, more than
right now I think he's just like, when is he done?
$5 billion have been up.
Let's get to the questions. That's the part everybody's here to see. Move over, second banana.
Delegated to the states,
Get ready for the magic.
9,600 National Guard have been activated. And at the President's direction, more than 4,700 active duty military personnel have been deployed, medical military personnel in 9 states.
No, that came at the request of the states. He okayed it. He has no idea.
Focusing on the areas of most significant epidemic.
What a weird strategy.
Air Bridge,
Project Farting Eagle.
26 flights have been completed. 4 flights are scheduled to arrive today, bringing 250,000 gowns, 25 million pairs of gloves. 54 more flights are scheduled, literally bringing in supplies from around the world. Finally, let me say,
Yeah, we're going across the world and buying up gowns and gloves, sniping them out from under poorer countries. But, it's fine. We're over this. This is done. We'll be opening up any time now. We're already...
Go into this very special weekend, into Easter services. I know I speak on behalf of the President.
Oh, do you now? When I mention both Corinthians.
When I say how grateful we are to all of the churches that have been there, and their ministries have been working under great difficulty
to help this president get reelected by convincing their followers that a pussy-grabbing sexual assaulter who is best friends with Jeffrey Epstein and who's been selling the country out to the Russians is the most Christian president we've ever had.
Continue to provide for the needs of your members. There have been food drives, there have been phone calls, and ministry has continued, and we are grateful for the role on this Holy Week that our churches, our synagogues, and all of our houses of worship have played. On their behalf, allow me to remind you that even if you're not in the pew this Easter Sunday, if you are able, it's still a good idea to give, because those ministries continue to go forward, and we encourage.
Tithe, Lord, tithe. If you just send in your $10, send in your $10, and that I'm going to pull the demon coronavirus out of you and put it in someone who works third shift at MSNBC. I don't believe in exercising demons. I just transfer them. It's Project Air Bridge for demons.
We encourage you to continue to support them. We also want to say very respectfully to all the church communities around this country and all the
stay the fuck home
places of worship to continue to heed the guidelines issued in the President's
You hear me, Kansas?
coronavirus guidelines for America. We know it's difficult in this time of year, particularly, Mr. President, to avoid.
It's super hard for Trump not to go to church on a Sunday, and especially Easter. You know what I mean? Because the hollow bunnies are the best. I'm just going to sit around with a pile of Cadbury cream eggs and wrappers all over my chest and watch Peter Cottontail and say a prayer to the Lord Jesus Christ for delivering us from diabetes.
Of more than 10, but we're grateful that so many churches, synagogues, and places of worship have done just that, and we urge you to continue to do it. And to my Christian brothers and sisters across the country, let me encourage you with the words. We should all remember that Jesus said, wherever 2 or more are gathered, there he is also. And so you can...
He's paraphrasing, but I like what he did there.
Worship, you can celebrate Easter and know that you'll be blessed in so doing, and you'll be serving the nation. Thank you, Mr.
He also said there was nothing worse than pious hypocrites. Mr. President,
President.
please. I can think of no better introduction.
Great job, thank you.
Great job, thank you. And I'd like to thank both Corinthians for being here today. And I think no better time to unveil my favorite Bible verse, which has to be from Mark chapter 13, verse 7, no flesh shall be spared.
Okay, it's Good Friday, let's be nice.
This was the day Jesus was crucified. He thinks that he doesn't understand the phrase Good Friday. Oh, Lord, please take him from us in a nonviolent way and raise him up and teach him his ways are evil. Oh, yes. It's Good Friday. Be nice.
Okay, let's be real
Okay, let's be real nice. To me.
nice. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. President. Can you clarify a little bit what the U.S. offered to Mexico in order to agree to that oil deal, and then also go into detail
Yeah, please. Explain yourself.
about what you spoke about on oil with President Putin this morning?
So all of the OPEC nations met, and others, and they're all agreeing to cut back because there's a tremendous glut. We're filling up our strategic reserves. We don't even have room to store it. In fact, they're using ships to store oil. It's
Tough shit. The private industries.
there's never been anything like this.
E-
It was being over.
Yes, there has. The 50s, when we produced more oil than we needed.
Produced to start off with, and then you had the virus, and that took off 40% right there. So we have, there's a lot of oil like nobody's ever seen before.
It's almost as if Russia and Saudi Arabia cut oil production early, and it wasn't really they were fighting. It's because they knew this was going to be bad, and they started pulling that thing down, and that brought the price down, and that the market was behind it because they were following your lead. They were listening to Larry Kudlow and not the scientists.
Good in many ways, and depending on where you are, who you are, it's bad. We have a tremendous
Good in many ways, and wherever and who you are and what you it's bad. What?
energy business with hundreds of thousands of jobs. We're doing great. Number one in the world.
Number one. I feel like number one, right? What else are we number one at? Oh yeah, cases and deaths.
So they all got together and they said, we're going to cut it because we have to get rid of this tremendous supply. Now, the good news is gasoline prices, I'm seeing 90 cents, 85 cents in different parts of the country, a gallon. Nobody's ever seen that, I guess.
And why wouldn't you want to just leave it like that? Holy smokes. Thanks for the follows, Lake Jay.
To go back to the 1950s.
Yeah. During the era that created the strongest middle class we ever had?
Had the big, large dollar bills.
Before our money started getting siphoned away in the form of necessities like gas? Before that?
Remember? You don't remember. You're too young. But the fact that
Like this dude ever pumped his own gas.
you have to go back a long ways to see it.
What kind of a billionaire cares about the gas price at the pump?
So
Unless you're, of course, invested in, yeah.
there's some good. The airlines are trying to come back. Having low fuel costs is good for them.
They're not trying to come back. They're still benched. We're still in the middle of this dipshit.
Other reasons, steel manufacturing, but a lot of the steel goes to building what we do for the oil and engineering firms. So, that's it.
A lot of the you mean for oil rigs and drilling stuff? Like, you think that's where the majority of steel goes? What?
That's a double-edged sword.
Well, actually, technically speaking, a double-edged sword is a use of steel. I will give him that. The riddle of steel.
But we want to keep our energy. We want to remain independent. We will remain independent, I think, regardless. But we want to get rid of this tremendous overflow. There's no place to even store it. So the OPEC...
Not our problem.
Nations met.
That just proves that they have more oil than they know what to do with, and it's been artificially low.
They've been meeting, and, I've hated OPEC over the years, absolutely hated them, but obviously it broke down, and we potentially have years' worth of supply, a long time before it ever can catch up, even if they do reduce it. And they agreed, but Mexico didn't agree. It was one of the few countries that didn't agree. This is OPEC plus. These are OPEC plus countries outside, you understand. And Mexico
Yeah, then say OPEC plus.
didn't agree. And I understand the president.
Gee, why? Because they supply oil to all of South America and they're not seeing a reason to stop selling where they're selling? Oh, because it's not about supply, it's about price. Oh.
Very well. He has a level when he came in, and he wanted to
They set their own price because you can't get it from anywhere else.
keep it at that level. Oil is important for Mexico. The problem is, and I explained it very strongly, you're going to be selling it for $5 or $10 a barrel, so in the end it's bad. But
So we'll boost your price to stop you so that Russia and Saudi Arabia's price gets stabilized.
he did have,
Honest to God, this is a COVID-19 briefing. And what, 80% of what he's talked about has been about oil?
some political
60, okay.
difficulty with it, frankly, and I understand that too. And it's a small amount for us. It's a large amount for Mexico, but it's a very small amount for the United States, being the biggest producer. So I agreed to pick up some of the slack. So he was going to reduce it by 100,000 barrels, reduce his output by 100,000 barrels. And I was going to pick up the slack, and they would make it up to us at a later date. They would make up what we're doing at a later date. It could be in a different form.
Like what? Gibberish. Anybody, I mean, it's clear he doesn't want to say what's going on because it sounds like shit if you spell it out too clearly.
I don't know whether or not that's going to be, for Mexico it was acceptable. I don't know whether or not that's going to be acceptable to the other oil-producing nations. We'll find out.
Oh, wait. You're offering that deal to Russia and Saudi Arabia? Oh, so we're going to pay them the difference? What?
But it's something that would certainly be acceptable to me to get it over the back. So
Over the back?
Mexico is going to reduce by 100,000 barrels, and that would mean that they're 250 to 300 barrels short. We'd make up the difference. They would reimburse us at a later date. Okay?
We would make up the difference for what they're producing, or they're going to buy our oil? Explain yourself.
You mean make up the difference by cutting U.S. production?
By cutting some U.S. production. Now, the U.S. production's already been cut because we're a market-driven economy, and oil is very market-driven. They've been cutting oil all over the place. We're cutting.
Then they're not going to cut production to match this, which means you're going to use taxpayer dollars to offset the price of Mexican oil?
It back. And what does it mean, really? It means we haven't
Yeah, what does it mean, really? What the shit are you talking about?
ground we can use it. Now we have a lot of ground with a lot of oil in it. I think we're number one in that too. We're probably number one, especially with ANWR. As you know, I got ANWR approved in Alaska.
Yeah, we are in a situation right now where there is more oil than the world could use for the next 3 years sitting in tankers, and yet we got to drill in the Alaskan National Wildlife Reserve.
That's one of the biggest.
Why are you bragging about drilling in national parks when we're already overflowing with oil?
Finds anywhere in the world. So when you add it all up, I think we're probably number one
Who cares?
in what we have.
It's a stupid fuel source.
We're very lucky. We grew up in a land that was rich in a lot of ways, but it's also rich because it has a lot of oil.
Yeah, Venezuela has a shit ton of oil under their ground too. It's not particularly good. Saudi Arabia and Russia, that's all they have.
Underneath oil and gas. And as you know, natural gas, LNG, is all over the country now
Yeah, screwing up everybody's water supply. But go ahead.
at a very low price. And our carbon, our atmosphere, the level of environmental cleanliness is at its all-time best right
That's not true.
now. All-time
That's ridiculous.
best. Because we
Yeah, well, actually, the air quality in the United States has never been better because no one is working.
are using a lot of natural gas.
You think that has anything to do with LNG?
But we have many forms of energy, including some of the newer forms that people want to see us go to. We have a lot of different forms of energy. We're number one in the world. We want to keep it that way.
Really? So you like wind and solar now, or are we talking about micronuclear?
So
Do you have any idea what the shit you're talking
helping
about? No, he doesn't.
Mexico out, we will be reimbursed in a form sometime in the future.
Based on what? We are buying oil from Mexico for storage. Then they're not. What? Then that means they're not reducing their output. What kind of gibberish? We need to see this written down because I can't figure out what the shit he's talking about any more than he can.
Mr. President, I want to ask you about the new federal projections in a moment, but first, today you tweeted the invisible enemy will soon be in full retreat. Given it's invisible, without widespread testing, how would you know?
Well, I think that we're going to have
Look, be nice. You're a fake reporter and you're fake news.
in retreat with it. Will it be today? No. Tomorrow? No. But it will be at a certain point in the not too distant future. It will be gone.
And how do you know that?
No, it won't. Spanish flu lasted for 2 years.
Widespread testing, specifically my
Oh,
question.
we'll know because people aren't going to go to the hospital. People aren't going to get sick. You're going to
That's not how you know.
know that with that. But we're going to do very substantial testing. We're doing more testing right now than any.
That's the testing to see if you have it, not to see if you've had it. We need the tests to say you had it, not that you have it.
other country
He's wearing the lavender tie again. I think he thinks it's an Easter color.
in the world by far.
fewer
And if
than
you'd like to
1%
have
of our
that question
population.
answered, I'll have the professional answer it.
They're not professionals, they're public servants.
Deborah, perhaps you
They work for the public.
can come.
They're not professionals.
We are doing tremendous testing, but you'll know. You're going to know before anybody because you're going to see nobody's getting sick anymore. It will be gone, and it won't be that much longer. Go ahead.
I'll ask you about the projections after. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the testing, I want to reemphasize about what kind of testing we're talking about. This is RNA diagnostic testing. That is the platform that was built to respond to this epidemic. It is the same platform that we utilize for HIV viral loads. And so many HIV clients have also given up their space on the machines to have these tests run for all of Americans. This assay is complicated. It's not like an assay that you have for your other diseases, your strep test or other diseases like that.
This is the test if you have it, not if you've had it. He's talking about antibody tests.
This is a very complicated assay that requires a lot of technical oversight, and it's part of the reason why not all 100% our machines are running at full capacity, but we had great discussion with the lab directors about that. Every day more are brought online, and so, but I think we have
Not what we're talking about. How do you know how many people have moved through it, had it, and are no longer a threat?
to create
They can carry it, but only by dirty hands. Oh my God.
expectations of what the daily tests.
Oh, Hal Vickery, thank you so much. In honor of your late wife who died 9 years ago today and who would have hated Trump. Oh, bless you, man. And I'm very sorry for you for that memory. Big hug. Virtual hug.
Will be.
Thank you.
Last year, we probably did 3 million HIV viral loads or 4 million HIV viral loads as a country.
We don't have HIV antibody tests. It's not what they're talking about.
Done over almost 2.2 million.
Not impressed because those same people you tested might need to be tested again today. It's stupid. Hi.
4 weeks. So this is unprecedented in what we have to do. I think that's why we're working very hard for two pieces, and I want to make sure that people understand testing is just part of our strategy. The other part of the strategy has to be
Mitigation and
this syndromic and influenza-like illness, where there's an alert to an illness, and so that we're surveying.
tracking and surveillance. Hear that, InfoWars fans?
Where we know the most vulnerable cases have appeared, and the great call that I had with the mayors and with the health officials yesterday and mayors today, a lot of the rural areas, their primary, and as it was in Washington and California, was at the nursing homes. So the issue is to build a testing
Yeah, and everybody visits their family in the South.
strategy that speaks to our strengths
And they're going to carry it and spread it to somebody else.
of laser focusing a strategic approach to testing when we know what our volumes are and they increase
And then we'll get RFID chips in every person's forehead, and we'll track where everyone's going. And the minute you have a fever, you'll go to a clinic where they'll Logan's run you down a tube.
every day, but we have to be realistic about what the volumes will be a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now. And combine that with strategic surveillance so that we're testing symptomatic people and their contacts very quickly to go back to contact tracing, utilizing our complete strategy. And I think we're very much interested in it.
Look at him. He's so interested. He just looks, I get this in a way that you don't get this. Aw, thank you, Joyce. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for the super chats today. It's been it's a lovely, since it's Good Friday, you're being nice, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Joyce. If you can afford to, please help out. My job has been made illegal, and I got an 8-year-old. Just not to guilt you into it, but yeah.
That's why the president 3 weeks
Who I don't get to see until the end of May. Don't get me started. I'm holding it together.
ago really put us on getting an antibody test. And I think I called from the podium for our university colleagues and hospitals to begin an ELISA-based test because that's a blood draw. But we really wanted a finger prick to make it easy and deployable. That's
No.
what's being worked on now. Of course, we don't want to promise until we have it.
Really? Because he doesn't have a problem with that. Trump, take over. Go ahead and promise before you have it.
Because I think we deserve that, the American people deserve that, to have a test that is efficient to let people know who's been positive for immunity. That's critical to epidemiologists and public health officials to know what the penetrance of a virus was into a community when all you're seeing are the serious cases and testing the most symptomatic. And so that's a question that we still have. Is this the tip of the iceberg? Or is
Yes, it is. And we need to know the carriers because they're the ones who get to the vulnerable people. Unless you just are hoping this is a big purge to get rid of undesirables, in which case I'm sure Hitler would be jealous that he didn't decide to have World War I 3 years later, and the Spanish flu would have wiped out a lot of the people he would have gone ahead to and killed later.
this half the iceberg or 3/4 of the iceberg, what we have seen to date? And we have, I just want to complete the thought by saying, in the areas where we had an outbreak, these large metros, Louisiana, Denver, Detroit, Chicago, New York, New Jersey, but per capita, we've done more tests than any other place in the world. That was intentional. We focused the test where
No. The other countries have now leveled off how much testing they have to do because they handled it faster. And,
the need was the greatest and the burden of disease the greatest. And now we're trying to really see how strategically that very valuable resource can be utilized around the countries to create a mosaic of testing combined with surveillance.
Can I ask,
sort of a drape or a scarf of testing across the country. A knot, if you will.
about the new federal projections? There's new reporting today. The new federal projections suggest lifting. I'd like to ask you, if I can, about the new federal projections that suggest lifting the 30-day shelter-in-place orders would lead to a spike in infections. Have you seen those new projections from your Department of Homeland Security and HHS? First of all,
Look at that. Mike's already shaking his head. No, I have not seen that from my team. You have, but I haven't seen that from my team. By the way, we're working around the clock and nonstop, and everyone's working at breakneck speed, and we meet all the time. But no, I have not seen those new projections from my own team.
When did they say this would take place?
I don't know. It's your team.
When?
they said that it would take place
If you turn off the 30-day spigot. We know this. Also, the better projections you're seeing of 60,000 to 80,000, which, by the way, the IHME had always said 80,000 with full mitigation through May, which we're not going to do.
the 30-day shelter-in-place were to be removed. There are three different
We'll
examples.
talk about that. Doctor, would you like to talk
Does
about
that
that?
impact your thinking, though?
Take a look at that. Tell them about the thing that my team said that I had no fucking idea was there. Jesus Christ, man, it's your team. And your tie is ridiculous.
They haven't seen it.
They haven't seen it. It's our team, but I don't know what you're talking about.
You're seeing it. I guess they leaked it to NBC.
They didn't leak it to us. It's being reported by
Nobody's
others.
seen it, and they're the ones that do it.
Is your
So
administration?
They're not the ones that do it.
That's why I asked. It's from the HHS and DOJ.
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't talked to those people in 3 friggin' days. It's a holiday. Be nice, you nasty, nasty man.
Circle back.
we'll find out about it.
Yeah, you will find out about it. You should have walked in with this. Maybe if your meeting wasn't early, you could have done the reading before you rolled out here with your made in China American flag pin.
So in
You want to
terms,
say something, Senator?
First of all, Peter,
First of all, I don't know where that came from, but we're not going to lift the 30 days.
I haven't seen that, so I can't quote on that. But yeah,
reported within the
that's
last
okay. I still haven't seen it. I've been in here all day.
Yeah, listening to this asshole bellow about nonsense about oil prices in Mexico.
I'm just telling you what I know.
So what I think that they're talking about is that when
We have to keep the 30 days to stop the spread, and if we stop the 30 days, it will spike. Yeah, we know. Does he know?
you pull back, you would expect that you might start seeing cases.
You might.
And what we've been talking about, what Dr. Birx has just mentioned, is that when you see that, that's where you want your resources to be able to very efficiently, in real time, identify, isolate, and contact trace. So don't let anyone get any false ideas that when we decide at a proper time when we're going to be relaxing some of the restrictions, there's no doubt you're going to see cases. I would be so surprised if we did not see cases. The question is how you respond to them. I think that's what they were referring to.
No, they're not referring to that. They're talking about this asshole turning off the 30-day to stop the spread limit through the end of the month right after Easter Sunday because he thinks we've plateaued, and that causing a spike, which is the same thing Singapore is dealing with, which is the same thing the second round of stuff in the Wuhan area has been going through. It's what South Korea managed to avoid. Am I the only person who understands English?
The question, Mr. President, should Americans have to decide between staying healthy and going back to work?
Look, I think we're going to do both. We're going to go back to work, and we're going to stay healthy.
This son of a bitch orders 2 pieces of cake and thinks he can eat 1 slice and still have the other.
And staying healthy is also a proportion. If you look at what we're doing, we're looking at a date. We hope we're going to be able to fulfill a certain date, but we're not doing anything until we know that this country is going to be healthy. We don't want to go back and start doing it over again, even though it would be in a smaller scale. Yeah.
Good. That's what they needed you to say from the podium because it sounded like you were going to ease up. And you were, but now you're locked in. Thank you, Peter, for asking that question and sticking a pin in that.
Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you. So just a follow-up
And by the way, go read your own brief papers before you come out here.
on the oil question.
It's Good Friday, so I thought I'd come out here, read, and take some questions about oil.
The president of Mexico said that you had agreed that the U.S. would cut production by 250,000 barrels per day. Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, we would, which we've already done, by the way, but we would agree to a reduction cut. They would agree to do something to compensate us in the future.
Wait, no, you said we're going to compensate them in the future.
Did you make any assurances to Saudi Arabia that you, the United States, would not bail out oil drillers here?
We didn't discuss that with Saudi Arabia. We just discussed the numbers, and we discussed
Dude, we're already letting them store their oil in the strategic reserve to sell it later.
who's opposed and who's not, and pretty much everybody is in favor of it because they're getting clobbered. They're all getting clobbered. All of those countries are having problems. If you look at Saudi Arabia, that's their source of income.
Tough. Maybe they have a future in running a butcher shop for journalists.
Source of income by far.
Tough.
So they want to do it. Russia wants to do it. The OPEC nations want to do it. They all want to do it. So we'll see what happens. There's a difference.
I don't know why I'm supposed to give a shit about this.
Between wanting to do it and doing it. Yeah, go ahead. OAN in the back.
Oh, he needs a break. He's going to OAN, name dropping OAN.
Mr. President, this is a national security question back to Venezuela and China.
Venezuela, go ahead.
Your administration has placed a $15 million bounty on Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro. And we have news this morning that President Xi is talking with Nicolas Maduro, expressing his financial support for Maduro. So 2 questions. 1, have you discussed with Dr. Xi, or President Xi, the U.S. policy on Maduro? And 2, how does this affect U.S. policy with regards to its war on anti-.
We will not be happy if that takes place. I have not spoken to President Xi of China about Venezuela, about that aspect of Venezuela. But if that
Because I have no idea what's going on. I just let Barr do whatever.
place, we will not be happy. Okay? I will not be happy.
Are you concerned that he's opening up
I'm
another
concerned
financial
about
avenue?
everything. I'm concerned about everything. That's what. Don't sleep a lot.
Oh, really? Now this is, finally, shit's keeping him up at night. Oil prices and whether Maduro is going to get bailed out by China.
I get myself concerned about everything, but I would not be happy about that. Go ahead.
President, getting back to Peter's question, a variation of that question, your doctors who are gathered here seem to be in doubt as to whether or not the country can reopen on May the 1st. If they come to you before May the 1st and say the country is not ready, or huge parts of the country are not ready to reopen on May the 1st, will you listen to them?
I listen to them about everything. I think they're actually surprised. I have great respect for these people. All of them.
They spent 4 days talking you into extending it and doing the 15-day in the first place and then extending it. They had to show you death charts that turned you slightly less orange.
You look, and others that are working with us. I have great respect for this group. In fact, I told Tony Fauci, I said, why don't you move to New York, run against AOC, you will win easily.
Why would he run against her? He'd probably donate to her if he lived in the area.
Decided that he's not going to do that. Okay.
What?
I kid, by the way. You know that.
Some of your allies
I kid, huh?
have been bashing these doctors. Would you tell them to cut it out?
I can only say this. I have tremendous respect for these people.
No. Sean Hannity can bash Fauci all he wants. Laura Ingraham can bash Fauci and Birx all they want.
And we've done very well. And when you look at us compared to others, we're a big nation. When you look at us compared to others, when you see how we've taken testing from a broken system that I inherited to
There was no testing
having
system because
the
it's a
best
brand new disease.
that anyone's made anywhere in the world, and other countries are calling us, wanting to use our technology. I have great respect for these people.
What do you mean? African countries? Middle Eastern countries that, like Yemen? Pakistan?
I'm never saying bad about these people.
If they come back to you, sir, and say, before May the 1st, we can't open on May the 1st, do you listen?
I will certainly listen. I will certainly
You
listen.
take
I won't do it, but I'll listen.
that
There are two
advice.
sides. Remember, I understand the other side of the argument very well, because I look at both sides of an argument. I will listen to them very carefully, though. Please.
Yeah, which means no. That's the, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You may have seen this, but J.P. Morgan came out with a forecast about GDP growth in the second quarter. They're saying a 40% decline in the second quarter of this year. Do your economic advisors share that view?
I think my economic advisors are interested in the third quarter and really the fourth quarter. And I think we have a chance to do record fourth quarter numbers because there's a tremendous pent-up demand.
Yeah, after the election.
And you see it this week. I mean, what reason would there be other than faith in us and in this country, faith in this group and me and our vice president and everybody, governors perhaps, you can add them into it also.
Yeah.
What reason would that be for, in a shortened week, 4 days instead of 5, to have the biggest stock market gain in over 50 years? So I think that, to me, there's a sign. Hey, look, with all we've been down, I mean, we've never been hit. I don't know, has this country ever been hit like this? Probably not. 1917, but that was different.
1819.
It was a different time, and frankly, Europe took the brunt of it. We didn't, but it was a terrible time also. But probably never been hit like this, right? Somebody was saying, in fact, I was speaking with Governor Cuomo about it, because we were in New York City, a place we love, New York State, with the World Trade Center. And that was approximately 3,000 people. Well, we've doubled that in this same area. We've doubled that, more than double it, substantially more. And it's obviously going. You know, we had our highest number yesterday and the day before. Okay, with all of this news, what would lead you to believe that we're going to have the best stock market week, shortened week?
Because the Saudis, the Russians, and rich Chinese people have been pulling their money out of oil and putting it into stocks, namely pharmaceuticals and standards, like groceries and shit like that.
50 years.
That would be the one.
Almost broke the all-time record. You know what that is? That's a pent-up demand. Now, that's my
There's a bunch of people who thought the bottom was Friday.
opinion. The other thing is we're doing tremendous stimulus plans. And
Yeah.
despite what you're reading, you know, there's back and forth, but we are getting along with the Democrats. They want to see something happen. We have to help our workers. We have to help our small businesses. We have to help our restaurants. I think deductibility will be great.
Oh my God, he's talking about deducting it on your taxes again so businessmen can have long lunches. Oh, good Lord.
For entertainment, restaurants, all of that. Look, I think with the stimulus, with the people, with what we've got going, with all of the things, we're going to be meeting with the airlines over the weekend.
Yeah, and it's going to suck for them for months because there'll be pent-up business travel demand, but all of their vacation dollars are going to go in the toilet for months and months and months until they can stop the spread in airplanes and on cruise ships and the like, and reassure people. That's a 6-month roll in that. They're decimated.
We have a great plan for the airlines. We've got to keep the airlines going. You know, it's never been a great business, but it's a very vital business for the country. We're going to be meeting with Boeing. We're going to be meeting with a lot of companies that are
That make airplanes, not the problem.
companies and were great companies a short while ago. I mean, we can't let anything happen to Boeing.
It's an airline problem, not an airplane problem, dummy.
It's, you know, got so much potential. You talk about potential. Can anything happen?
Yeah, they have the potential for building the worst airplane of any plane construction company in history.
More potential than that. So we have a lot of very exciting things taking place. We have tremendous plans. We have tremendous stimulus. And I think we have a chance to do really well. So this quarter isn't the quarter I'm looking at.
Really? That's weird.
Third quarter, we start to think about it. And I think fourth quarter is going to be at a level that maybe we haven't seen before. I think our country, with the stimulus, with all that we've been through, we've learned a lot. Don't forget, we've learned about pandemics.
Really? Things like have a pandemic response team and it won't cost you $2.6 to $6.4 trillion to dig out of a hole that would have cost you maybe $20 billion overall.
And
maybe an investment in these kind of protections are good for a country.
Epidemics. We've learned a tremendous amount.
Maybe a $1 trillion tax cut would have made, all right.
And with all that we've learned, as an example, we're making ventilators. We have thousands of them being delivered in the very near future. We have countries calling us, can we have ventilators? That would have been an
That was England. The UK has been asking us for ventilators because he thinks you're a personal friend and you are skimming ventilators. And he knows your states that have economies bigger than the UK's at this point, like California, don't have gotten their own.
Unthinkable call. I wouldn't know what to say. They have people dying, but we needed them for ourselves. We have plenty before the surge. In New York, they need far fewer hospital rooms or far fewer hospital beds.
Because people don't convalesce with this disease. That's what makes it different from the 1918 Spanish flu.
Particular than we thought. And I have to say, Dr. Birx told me that 4 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. Remember you said, that number's too high. We don't need that many. And based on what she said and others, we did what we had to do. We actually gave the maximum We built Javits. We sent the ship in. We then made the ship COVID because, there weren't a lot of people on the roads. You didn't have the accidents that we thought, other unrelated accidents. Nobody driving. Normally you have a lot of car accidents. You have a lot of motorcycle accidents. You have people going to the hospital.
Yeah, and when you decide to open things on May 1st, and we still have COVID cases and still have infection rates and we still don't have testing, and yet everybody's back out on the roads living normally, people will start partying and acting a fool again, and people will finally start getting things checked that they've been worrying about while they haven't been going to the doctor, and then there'll be this flood, and yeah.
We didn't have that. We had almost none of it. So a lot of things have happened. I think we have a chance to be stronger than before. I really do. I think the stimulus is very important, what we're doing. I think it's very, very important. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, may I ask you about credit and debt as well? Many American individuals, families have had to tap their credit cards during this period of time, and businesses have had to draw down their credit lines. Are you concerned, Mr. President, that may hobble the U.S. economy? All of that debt, number one. And number two, would you suggest to credit card companies to reduce their fees during this time?
Well, it's something that we've already suggested. We're talking to them. Business interruption insurance. I'd like to see these insurance companies. You have people that have paid. When I was in private, I had business interruption. When my business was interrupted through a hurricane or whatever it may be.
Stupid decisions, or I got too many losses at a casino.
I'd have business where I had it. I didn't always have it. Sometimes I had it. Sometimes I have a lot of different companies. But if I had it, I'd expect to be paid. You have people, I speak mostly to the restaurateurs, where they have a restaurant. They've been paying for 25, 30, 35 years, business interruption. They've never needed it. All of a sudden they need it. And I'm very good at reading language. I did very well in these subjects, okay? And
no. Should we rewind to the beginning of this? I did very well with language.
I don't see the word pandemic mentioned. Now, in some cases it is. It's an exclusion. But in a lot of cases, I don't see it.
Act of God. But you said this wasn't an act of God.
I don't see reference, and they don't want to pay up. I would like to see the insurance companies pay if they need to pay, if it's fair. And they know what's fair, and I know what's fair. I can tell you.
Yeah, insurance companies know what's fair. If anybody knows fairness.
Very quickly. But business interruption insurance, that's getting a lot of money to a lot of people.
Do they have CODIS interruptus insurance? Is that possible or whatever? Because honestly, the neighbor's dog barking.
And they've been paying for years. Sometimes they just started paying. But you have people that...
What? Some people just got insurance policies. Other people have had insurance policies for a while. You know this more than anyone. What?
Never asked for business interruption insurance, and they've been paying a lot of money for a lot of years for the privilege of having it. And then when they finally need it, the insurance company says, we're not going to give it. We can't let that happen.
You are letting it happen. How are you going to change that? How are you going to stop it? What the shit are you talking about?
Mr. President, on March 6th, you said anyone who wants tests can get a test.
See, it's Good Friday, and you're not being good. Why is that? You can't do that. It's not right.
Now you're saying that you would be open to reopening the government without having a national testing system. How do you square those two statements, given that there's still issues with testing going forward? And how can you tell people that they're not going to have their lives put at risk?
I got it. There's not a lot, and it's a good question. There's not a lot of issues with testing. Certain sections of if we go to Iowa, we go to Nebraska, and interestingly, Idaho is very interesting because they had a few breakouts, small breakouts, but they're very, very capable states, and they're big distances, a lot of land, a lot of opening. You don't need testing there.
That's the place where you need testing the most, because you do not have the ability to statistically average people who are that sparsely spread out.
Where you have a state with a small number of cases, some states with almost none. West Virginia hung in for a long time, as you know, with none for a long time. So when you have that, you don't need testing. You don't have to test every person in the state of Iowa, as an example. You don't have to test every single person to say, let's open up.
No, you don't. But you need strategic testing in all of these states that have been ignoring shit for a long time.
And let's get the tractors moving, and let's get the corn, and let's open up all of the different things they do.
Let's
in
get
that
the
great
tractors
state.
moving and let's get the corn. That's what I've been saying.
Need that. And with that being said, if there's a little hot corner someplace, we'll be testing. But I think Deborah speaks to this very well. The same thing in New York. That's what we talked to Governor Cuomo about this morning. We have the Abbott test, which is very quick and very easy, goes very fast. Then we have a lesser test that we talked about, where we can talk about a larger area. But you're going to...
It's not a lesser test. It's a volume test. You can test more people. That's what you have to do.
No, so we're going to do testing, but you don't need to test 325 to 350 million people because, number one...
No, you don't. But you need strategic testing of people to see if they have the disease, if they're carrying it currently. And then you need to strategize tests for certain areas of the country to see if people have antibodies to it so that those people can go back to work fearlessly, especially in the medical profession. You don't understand the question.
It's unnecessary. Vast numbers, vast areas of our country don't need this. I think you agree with me on that. You just don't need it. Now, we have certain hotspots. So Louisiana's a hotspot, New York's a hotspot, Detroit's a hotspot. And then you have certain areas in certain hotspots that you have to even go more so. And we're doing all of that. Remember this, we've done more
Hotspots
testing
within
than any country in
hotspots.
the world.
That's what we have.
The best test. And we developed this over a very short period of time. Please.
Can I ask you also about the African American disparities?
Yes,
I have
sure.
a question for you and a question for the Surgeon General.
Sure.
For you, Mr. President, we know that these health disparities have existed for a long time among African Americans, Latinos, and other people of color. Why did the administration possibly have a plan directed at those communities to prevent high death rates, knowing that the health disparities were there?
Well, we do have a plan, and one of the things I'm most proud about is what I've been able to do for the African American community. The lowest job numbers in the history of our country.
So lucky you can go to work sick.
This was
for the virus, of
yeah,
course.
just before the virus came. Well, I'm just saying, because, you know, this has been here for 3 weeks, right? So just before, African American...
It's been here for 100 days. You ignored it for 70 days. You ignored the potential for a pandemic response for 3+ years. Oh my God.
community had the lowest unemployment, the best employment numbers. More African American people and communities have been thriving. If you look at our opportunity zones and what we did, Tim Scott, who's fantastic, a fantastic senator, came to me, opportunity zones, more jobs for African Americans than ever before, better health care than they've ever had before, all of these things.
You mean because of the ACA?
The Surgeon General spoke to it, and he spoke to it, I thought, really brilliantly. I found it very interesting what he said, and
I'd never heard him say anything. I'd like him to come up here and say it again. Black guy, can you answer the black person question?
I'd love you to come up and answer the
Right.
second part of a question, because I think you would do it a much better job than I would. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Surgeon General.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a quick question for you. You said that African Americans and Latinos should avoid alcohol, drugs, and tobacco. You also said do it for your abuela, do it for Big Mama and Pop Pop. There are some people there are some people online that are already offended by that language and the idea that you're saying behaviors might be leading to these high death rates. Could you talk about whether or not could you, I guess, have a response for people who might be offended by the language that you used?
Well, I use that language because that's the language. I've been meeting with the NAACP.
And they use that language all the time. They said Pop Pop and Big Mama, and so I thought I'd throw that in there and just kind of riff.
With the National Medical Association, with others. I actually talked with Derek Johnson multiple times this week, the head of the NAACP, and we need targeted outreach to the African American community, and I use the language that is used in my family. I have a Puerto Rican brother-in-law. I call my granddaddy granddaddy. I have relatives who call their grandparents Big Mama. So that was not meant to be offensive. That's the language that we use and that I use, and we need to continue to target our outreach to those communities. It is critically important that they understand it's not just about them, and I was very clear about that. It's not just about what you do, but you also are not helpless. We need to do our part at the federal level. We need people to do their parts at the state level, and we need everyone, black, brown, white, whatever color you are, to follow the president's guidelines, the coronavirus.
The president's guidelines are black people are getting this more often because they drink too much. Right? Pop, pop.
Guidelines and do their part, because when I talked to the NAACP 3 weeks ago, it's important to note that one of the things they asked me was, can you help dispel the myths in this community that that people actually can't get
myths.
Coronavirus if they're black.
This is his first time hearing.
That was a myth that was out there that's actually very important for us to squash here.
Yeah, why didn't you say that first?
And that all Americans avoid tobacco, alcohol, and drug use?
No, you don't understand. He works for the Trump administration. All people don't need to avoid these things, just black people. Didn't you hear what he said?
Absolutely. It's especially important for people who are at risk and with comorbidities, but yes, all Americans. So thank you, and I will clarify that. All Americans need to
Well, I'm glad I'm doing my part.
Avoid these substances at all times. I put out a smoking cessation report in January. I put out a advisory against youth and pregnant women using marijuana last year, and that was not directed towards any one race. That's everybody needs to do everything they can to be as healthy as possible at this critical
Oh man, this dude is just stepping in it 20 times.
time. Dr. Fauci, would you add anything?
Yeah, I think you said it perfect.
Tony, look, he's bailing out. So Trump bails out like, black guy, quick, answer the black person question. Woof! And then he comes up and goes, Tony, bail me out. Everybody likes you.
Would you like to add anything to it? Because you are really, you expressed it very beautifully before.
No, I mean, Jerome, you did it beautifully. I can't do it any better than that.
But I will.
I know Jerome personally, and I can just testify that
That he's not a racist.
he made not even a hint of being offensive.
Oh my God, the Italian guy from the Bronx is having to come up and cover for the black Surgeon General being racist. This is, I don't know what looking glass we are through. Oh my God. Is this going to be the talk of the conversation?
At all with that comment. I thought that was appropriate. Thanks.
And I can tell you, Jerome has done a fantastic
It's a
job.
fantastic job. And I know.
Our Surgeon General, I just hope nobody steals him and he goes to one of these big companies for a fortune. Don't leave us, right? Don't leave us, Jerome, please. He's doing you are happy and you're doing a great job. And everybody tells me that too, so we appreciate it. Please.
Thank you.
Poor guy.
So Google and Apple have announced that they are jointly enabling contact tracing on their mobile phone operating systems. And I was wondering if this is something that you would consider, or maybe the doctors
Well, that's
would
individual
consider.
freedoms, problems, and a lot of other things. Is it something we're going to look at it, certainly, and we know they've done that. And
We think about it, and you said it, and then this is the first time I'm hearing of it, so what I'm going to say is it might work out, and it may work out, and it won't work out, and it could work out, but we'll see. If it does work out, then it won't, maybe later.
it's it's very new technology.
You said phones, so I'm going to use the word technology, and new because I've never heard this shit before.
It's very interesting, but a lot of people worry about it in terms of a person's freedom. We're going to take a look at that, a very strong look at it. We'll let you know pretty
You're
soon.
going to take a good, strong look at it?
Yes, please.
So can you explain why it is appropriate in the middle of a pandemic to be talking about cutting or eliminating funding for the World Health Organization?
Because they're very China-centric, and they didn't help us when they could have.
Well, we're going to talk about the WHO next week in great detail. I didn't want to do it today, Good Friday. I didn't want to
You're just going to hold off because it's Friday. Oh, that's sweet.
do it before Easter. I also
Before, I see.
didn't want to do it before we have all the facts, but
This the whole weekend's Easter. Easter Sunday, but the whole weekend starts Friday. It's Easter weekend because never mind.
over the years, many years, we've been paying them from $300 to $500 and even more $1 million a year. China's been paying them less than 40 over the years. So we're paying them more than 10 times more than China.
And they're nicer to China than they are to us. What?
And they are very, very China-centric, as I said during the week, China-centric. China always seems to get the better of the argument, and I don't like that. I really don't like that.
Explain how. I know what he thinks he's talking about, but I don't think he knows what he thinks he's talking about. And I would like to hear him explain how he thinks China is getting the upper hand.
I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think it's fair to the American people.
Yeah, how? Explain yourself.
And, I tell that to President Xi. I tell that to Dr. Tedros. I spoke to him one time. I think he's a very nice man.
I said, you're being very China-centric. How do I know that? Because I saw a Breitbart article that said China-centric.
Liked him. But we're going to be talking about that next week in great detail. We're looking at
Yeah, because you don't know what you're talking about.
it very, very closely.
Somebody told you this, and you're following it.
We want to make sure money's properly spent. But again, why is...
You know what would have been a proper allocation of money? I'm just going to go on a pandemic response team and repairing the ventilators that we had in storage.
The United States paying $500 million
We're the richest country in the world.
year.
Yeah, and a bunch of other countries, we're not picking up for what China's doing. We cover for a bunch of the other diseases in impoverished countries because that's where they come from, because we want to do business with people who go to those countries all the time. See how this works? Stupid.
It's a lot. And why is...
Again, a billionaire who's just amazed.
Okay, that's a lot. And why is China paying this year, $42 million, but generally under 40, so it's in the 30s. So we're at 500, 452.
Because we do more business with the rest of the world than they do.
400,
They do all their stuff internally. They have way less business travel than we do. Oh, Lord.
01, different amounts, different years. And they're at 40, 38, 36, 35, 32, 31. No, but you have to ask yourself that question.
No, you don't.
And then...
Again, why is this billionaire shocked at millions of dollars?
The answer always turns out to be in China.
Bloomberg spent double the amount we spent on the WHO on a presidential campaign where he got 3%.
In his favor. Well, I have the same thing with the World Trade. Isn't it interesting? Isn't it? World Trade.
I have a problem with the world. Isn't that interesting?
We have World Health and we have World Trade. We have the World Trade Organization. And until I came along, we were losing cases, so many cases, it was ridiculous. We were always losing these cases.
No, we weren't.
No, almost every case.
The cases vary year to year. Thank you, Carl. Yeah, it is too early for this. I don't know what the hell's going on. He started early just so he could stay in there longer. Jesus Christ.
We're winning cases. We just won $7 billion because they know I'm not going to put up with it. China has been...
$7 billion? Drop in the bucket? Anybody? For the World Trade Organization? You want a $7 billion case? Holy shit.
Unbelievably.
That's like OJ's dream team clearing somebody's parking ticket. For how much did they spend on the $7 billion case?
Taken advantage of us and other countries. You know, for instance, they're considered a developing nation. I said, well, then make us a developing nation too. They get big advantages because they're a developing nation. India, a developing nation.
India is a developing nation.
The United States is the big developed nation. Well, we have plenty of development to do, okay? And now we're winning cases because they know that if we're not treated fairly, I'm going to pull out. Now, you never heard this before because nobody ever talked about...
You pulling out? Oh, my God. I've seen Stormy Daniels' show live.
The World Trade Organization, but the World Trade Organization has treated us very unfairly. But they know I'm not going to put up with it because all of these countries are taking advantage of the United States. Now, in the courts and the court system, we're not approving new judges over the last year and a half. We're not going to approve them. And Bob Lighthizer is working very hard on that. But we had always a minority position, meaning numbers of judges. So we'd have a minority number of judges. I said, how do you win with a minority number of judges?
Because everybody has a minority number of judges. It's the world.
But all of a sudden, we're winning.
You don't get a majority in a world body. That's kind of the point.
The reason we're winning is they know if they don't treat us properly, and we won $7 billion just
Yeah, and it cost us, what, $16 billion?
very recently. And the
Yeah? Okay, we're going to have to look that one up.
money is pouring in. And we've won other cases, too. We've won a lot of cases. But you know, from covering it, I know.
In the World Trade Organization, by the way, the U.S. economy is $24 trillion a year.
You know.
The U.S. economy.
That the United States was taken advantage of by the World Trade Organization. And by the way, speaking of China, if you look at the history
it's going to be good.
of China, it was only since they went into the World Trade Organization that they became a rocket ship with their economy. They were flatlined for years and years.
Yeah, they were a communist country. Once they opened up to the markets, money came in. Durr.
Frankly, for many, many decades. And it was only when they came into the World Trade Organization that they became a rocket ship.
A rocket ship.
They took
I
advantage
thought we were going to be a rocket ship after this disease was over.
of all the rules. I'm not even blaming them. I'm saying, how stupid were the people that stood here and allowed it to happen? But we don't allow that to happen. And if they don't treat us fairly, we'll leave. But now we're starting to win cases. How about somebody new for a change? Come on, go ahead.
President, as many schools and school districts are closing across the country, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has not ruled out closing or opening out schools in May, saying that many kids are not vulnerable to this disease. Do you agree with that assessment, and do you believe that schools, would you recommend that schools?
Yeah, no, they don't get it. They just carry it to everyone. And it's only Florida. There are no old people in Florida.
Open up and to those states that have.
Well, I have a lot of confidence in Ron DeSantis, a lot of
That's because you're stupid.
faith in Ron DeSantis.
That's because you're stupid.
Make the right decision. He's
That's because you're stupid.
doing a great job as governor.
No, he isn't.
Ron DeSantis, I had read where he's thinking about opening up the schools.
No, you didn't read about that. You want to pretend you knew what what she was talking about before she said anything.
Earlier than the date, the end of the month. I'd have to look at the numbers. But again, you know, I like to allow governors
Yeah. I don't want to be president.
to make decisions.
I want all the bad things I can blame on them because, hey, I let you do stuff. So anything that went south in your state is your fault. And I want to take credit for any of the good stuff because of the we we're doing.
Without overruling them. Because from a constitutional standpoint, that's the way it should be done.
No, not in a pandemic. This is a totally different thing. And it has nothing to do with you insisting or ruling or forcing them to do it. Just disagree with them.
If I disagree,
it's called leadership.
I would overrule a governor. And I have that right to do it.
Well, then it's not a violation of the Constitution, is it?
But I'd rather have them, you can call it Federalist, you can call it the Constitution, but I call it the Constitution.
Guess what we're calling the Constitution now, kids? It's got a new nickname.
I'd rather have them make their decisions, but he's made a lot of good decisions.
It's called I call it the Constitution, call it federalism.
And he hasn't said he's going to, but he's thinking about it, so I'll take a look at it.
You just heard this. You don't know what the hell you're talking
To follow
about.
up to one of the doctors, that if you allow children back in the schools, you know, wouldn't that pose a threat to spreading the
Yes, it would. That's why it's dumb.
virus even further to some of those vulnerable?
Well, I think
Yeah, the old people in Florida.
the answer is obvious, but if you want either, would you want to just
Would you guys want to answer this? Fauci is going to come up. Yeah, don't.
talk about that, maybe? Tony?
Kicks me up here, right?
I know. I think we know the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, from pure public health issues is that if you have a situation in which you don't have a real good control
He's adorable, by the way, and that was his best Muppet entrance ever.
over an outbreak and you allow children to gather together, they likely will get infected. And if they get infected, the likelihood that they will bring the infection home. So that really is a risk. I don't know the situation at all in any detail, and I'm not specifically speaking about Florida. I'm just speaking generically about what happens when you have infections in the community and you have congregation of people, such as in classrooms, that's a risk.
Has anyone under 25
Right. You know, what I said.
died, Dr. Fauci, in the country?
Yes.
The governor
Yes.
said that no one under 25 has died. I guess you could clarify that people under 25 can die as a result of this
Maybe in Florida they have.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again,
in the country.
okay, let's do that because I don't want to have to be answering for a particular state. Yes, people under 25 have died of coronavirus disease in the United States of America.
Uh-huh. Who the shit does not know this?
If you reopen the country in May and there's a new outbreak or a spike in infections, are you open to the idea of shutting the country down again?
Depending on the outbreak, yeah. Depending, I mean, and that's happened, as you know, with a couple of countries. You know what I'm doing? I'm watching other countries. In many cases, they're ahead of us from the standpoint that it attacked them before us. It hit
Oh, I'd say it's just a timing thing that they're ahead of us, not how they handled it.
them first. And I'm watching what's happening with respect to certain other countries, some of them obvious, some of them less obvious, and what they're doing and the success that they're having.
Oh, yeah? And are you strategizing based on the statistical averages and how South Korea did their testing and how Pakistan opened up its flights to China when everybody else was just beginning to really shut them down? Are you weighing the pros and cons numerically?
And that's going to play a large part of the role. We're also setting up a council of very, very great doctors and business people. We're going to be announcing it on Tuesday.
You just announced it.
Of some great people.
Oh, good. Doctors and business people, so they can argue.
Economic task force.
There's a second task force?
Beyond this,
This is second. Yeah, this is the fourth task force so far.
beyond economic. This is really, I call it the Opening Our Country Task Force.
Oh my God, what a great name! That's so cool. The Opening Our Country Task Force. So the OOC Task Force.
Or Opening Our Country Council, so we don't get
Or the OOC. So not the task force. So you don't get confused with the task force. So it's not two task forces. It's the Opening Our Country Council. It's pronounced in hashtag. That's great. In a pandemic, you want the nickname to sound like a dry cough. I'm a master at marketing.
confused with Mike's task force, which
Because you didn't. It's not another task force. Oh, shit.
done so great. And we're going to have...
Because this one's going to suck, and you don't want to dirty up his task force by people going, what the shit is with this task force?
The great business leaders...
Is meeting today at 2 o'clock.
Great group of people. We'll probably do it by teleconference because...
Well, yeah, because you want to separate people. You didn't want to bring them all over and cough on them. I'd like to gather everyone for the meeting of the... today. Let's all start by hugging.
We don't really want them traveling in for their own purposes. I don't...
Because you're going to open the country with a bunch of sick people. Oh my God, I'm going to... I'm dying. I can't.
I think it would look good also, but we don't want them traveling in. So we'll
it wouldn't look good.
Teleconference. We
if they died while you were trying to open the country.
One the other day with the banks, and it was very successful, the teleconference itself. And we'll be announcing names on Tuesday, who's on that. And that'll play a role, but ultimately...
Great. Is George Papadopoulos one of the very respected people? Is Carter Page going to be on it? How many of these people are going to be people who got coffee for you later on?
I have to make that decision. And then I'll have to make a decision. Do we close a little area that's a hot spot? I do say this, Jim. I want to get it open as soon as possible.
Yeah, we know this.
this country was meant to be open and vibrant and great, not where people are, staying in.
Are you
No,
determined to do
I'm
that
not.
first?
I would love to open it. I'm not determined anything. The facts are going to determine what I do. But we do want to get the country open, so important. So I'll have a task force, I'll have a council. It's going to be announced on Tuesday.
You just announced it. I'm going to announce something. Screw it. Let's do it today. I've got a birthday present for you. It's over there. It's wrapped. It's a new hat and a gift card for Walgreens. But you can open it Tuesday. Stay excited, America.
With names that you have a lot of respect for, a lot of great names, different businesses, different people.
Ronald McDonald, Wendy. You're going to have Papa John. He's going to be on it. Dr. Oz. A couple of the scientists from Goop. Big people, top men. Same people who are watching the Ark.
Bipartisan? I didn't even ask. I mean, honestly, I think it's bipartisan. The one thing I didn't ask you...
Because most of the doctors are Democrats and most of the business leaders are Republicans?
Republican or a Democrat. Hard to believe, but I didn't ask. So it would be.
You will after they give their suggestions. Who are you with? Who'd you vote for? You who wants to keep people from dying.
And I want their views.
You sound like a Hillary voter.
On what they think. Also, very important, different parts of the country. Because you go to the Midwest, it's different than...
Why does he look like he's always expecting the worst football snap in history?
Perhaps the East Coast or the West Coast. Now, the West Coast, those numbers are really pretty amazing on the West Coast.
Yeah, wait, with who's governor?
So we're going to be announcing that in a very short while, probably Tuesday. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Government officials in Latin America and Caribbean nations.
He's got to like whiplash himself into Churchill face. Snap.
Bahamas, Cayman Islands have been saying that U.S. authorities are blocking the shipment of PPE in certain cases, and I'm wondering if you could speak to...
I've never heard of anything like that, but we're probably doing... You'd have to talk to Jared, but he's being recharged right now.
Well, what we're doing, we have a tremendous force...
Jared's on the charger. He'll be in here in a little while.
...out there, naval force, and we're blocking the shipment of drugs. So maybe what they're doing is...
What kind of drugs? Hydroxychloroquine? I hope so, because it could save lives.
...stopping ships that they want to look. We're not blocking. What we're doing is we're making sure we don't want drugs in our country. And especially with the over 160 months.
The Bahamas. This is not the U.S. Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico he's talking about. He's talking about other countries.
Of wall, it's getting very hard to get through the border. They used to drive right through the border like they owned it. And in a certain way, they did. They could drive right. They had human trafficking. They had, all of a sudden, they have a powerful wall up. And they're not driving through that wall. That wall is tough. And it's also loaded up with equipment, cameras and sensors.
What wall is stopping boats full of PPE? What are you talking about?
And everything you can think of.
No, it's not. Okay, everything I can think of. This is going to get exhausting. So it's made of ice cream, and it has unicorns that fart glitter, that have infrared vision, that can spot drugs and only drugs, and the whole thing is made out of tennis rackets made of chocolate. And how far do we want to go with this?
On top of that, we have drones flying back and forth over it. So
doesn't matter. He's not talking about that. They're saying that their PPE isn't getting through.
So it's a very powerful barrier between Mexico and the United States. A lot of people, though, what they're doing now is they're trying to come in through the waterways, whether it's the Gulf or the ocean itself. And what we're doing is we're being very tough, and we're being tough because of drugs and also human trafficking. And remember, the human trafficking is mostly female.
They're disguising hookers as pallets of masks.
It's mostly females. It's horrible, and what we're seeing is horrible. But you have we have a human trafficking problem worldwide, the likes of which, you think of it as an ancient thing. It's not ancient. It's bigger now than it's ever been before over the last 10 years because of the internet. The internet.
Blame the internet. Video games cause gun violence, and the internet is causing the new slave trade. which is worse than it's ever been.
Made human trafficking to the extent that it is now, which is massive. The internet made it so big. So,
Oh yeah? Is that why there's slavery in North Africa right now? Is that why Saudi Arabia still has slaves? Is that why enforced workers in the... Oh, never mind.
we are.
But tell me again how lovely that letter from North Korea was.
We have a big naval force that's stopping. So maybe when you mention that, maybe their ships are getting caught. But we are stopping a lot of ships, and we're finding a lot of drugs.
And we're seizing their PPE and taking it for America.
Yeah, please.
That's what you were asked about.
Thank you, sir. On the additional money for small
I meant you, but that's okay. Go ahead. We'll do this.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
On the additional money for small business.
So your fingers are small. It's hard to see who you're pointing at.
Apparently, Treasury Secretary Mnuchin speaking with the Democrats in Congress.
Yeah.
Are you allowed?
Are you talking about the new?
Yeah, the new $250 billion.
$250.
Are you willing to give into Democratic demands for additional money for hospitals, states, and cities in that interim round?
I'd rather have that be in phase 4. I don't deny.
Which is, I would like to push that out to when we're not actually going to continue to pass things.
I think it's fun, but I think it should be in phase 4, and I think we should have infrastructure, and I think we should have a payroll tax.
Yeah, no, you're not trading payroll tax for an extra $25 billion for hospitals.
Moratorium, because
that's not going to help anybody. People who aren't working.
Something that over a period of time, the workers get, sort of semi-immediately. It's over that period of time. It starts
no
immediately, but it's over a period of time. I mean, there are a lot of people, I'm one of them, that would have liked to have seen the payroll tax cut as a permanent cut.
Right. Republicans, because they know it undermines Social Security and gives them an excuse to cut it later.
But we should do the double-edged, meaning business, employee payroll tax cut. So we're talking about that.
The double-edged, you mean a double-edged sword? Not a good analogy, bruh.
And I'm certainly okay with helping the states and helping the hospitals. I just think, because look, the hospitals need help. You see what they've gone through.
Uh-huh.
And the states need help. Some states in particular need.
Uh-huh. They're going through it right now. The payroll tax doesn't affect people who don't have a job.
Help. They need big help. I'm willing to look at that very strongly.
Like, I don't have enough masks to go and perform a medical procedure, but we just got a payroll cut, so at least when I'm 65, I'll get less benefits.
But I like looking at it in phase 4. The 251 is actually, the plan is working out well. The banks are getting started with the distribution.
No, they're not getting. I thought they were well into it. I thought we were full. Like, they need more money because it already went out.
Taken thousands and thousands of applications. The numbers aren't even believable, the number of applications.
They're believable. 11 million people have filed for unemployment in the last 9 days.
But Bank of America and Wells Fargo.
Yeah, banks. Name banks. This is a quiz part. Chase, J.P. Morgan Chase.
I guess Citibank is just now kicking in. And also what nobody's talking about, the commercial banks, the community banks. Everyone's talking commercial banks. The community banks.
Yeah, name one.
Doing tremendous
name one.
volumes. And they're probably doing them faster from what I
No, they're not. They don't have access to it like the bigger banks do.
Understand. I hear the community banks, frankly, are the easiest ones in terms of getting the money out.
Because they're way smaller amounts?
So the money is getting out. The applications are far beyond what we ever anticipated. And that's why we're going, because this is money that goes essentially to the workers.
Essentially. So, I mean, it's essential. Guys, essentially.
We want the businesses to hold on to their workers, because once they lose the workers, they're never opening again. It's not going to happen. Okay.
That's it, kids. If you laid off your workforce, you're never opening again. Just deal. I'm sorry. The president just said so. There you go.
In the back.
Sir, Gordon Lewald from the Wall Street Journal. I wonder if you could expand a little bit on your the form that Mexico would take, the reimbursements.
Yeah, make sense of this bullshit, please.
Like, what form would that take? You essentially add it to the tab for the wall that you mentioned. And I have a second question, if I may.
Well, there's no real cost because we're agreeing to produce a little bit less. So number one, it's staying in the ground. You have it for another day. It's actually cheaper than storing it, where you take it out and you deliver it to a massive well, like the strategic reserves, our national strategic reserves, where it has to be brought there. And that's, an expensive process. And it's,
oh my God, you save on trucking.
But oil is getting to a point where, there are some areas, some people would say the water is more valuable than the oil. You never thought you were going to see that.
Water is more valuable than oil. Everyone needs water. Not everyone needs, oh my God. He thinks.
Having covered, I know you cover it, you never thought you'd be seeing oil at $20 a barrel, but how about $10 a barrel? That you never thought you'd see.
Yeah. So what? As we transition into other forms of energy, this is what is going to happen.
So we are looking at it very strongly. There is no real cost. I was helping I want to help Mexico out. We have a great relationship with Mexico, great relationship with the president. I really like him a lot.
A lot.
He's been
a lot.
Perfect to us on the border because he stopped. You don't see the caravans coming up anymore. You don't see all the problems.
Nobody's coming into our country. We have more cases of coronavirus and deaths than any other country in the world. Gee, why aren't people stampeding here?
Took office. It was
all the industries have shut down. We haven't seen the caravans.
Unbelievable what was going on. And they have been helping us a lot, and we've been helping them a lot. They make product for us, they sell it to us, and it's fine. It's a good relationship.
Do they make avocados for us?
And sometimes it's a great relationship.
No. By the way, USMCA has not actually officially started. You recognize that, right?
So we're
still on NAFTA.
Not have done any more than that. And I think there was political reasons for that for him, that other nations don't have. They don't have that. The nations that we're talking about, the 22 other nations that we're talking about, they just don't have that problem. So it doesn't cost us anything, and yet it's very valuable. We will be
Then why would you be reimbursed for something if there's no cost? What are you talking about?
Reimbursed in the future, maybe in the near future, maybe in the more distant future, but we'll be reimbursed by Mexico.
For what? What's the cost? What the shit are you talking about?
In a certain way, and it'll be fine.
In a certain way. What are they going to do? Build wall for us?
But we get Mexico over.
Mexico's paying for the wall by not producing oil?
Now, with all of that being said, that doesn't mean the deal's going to happen anyway, because...
Oh, my God, and it might not even occur. Oh, Jesus. What deal? What is this? This is bizarre.
A lot of different states. But this was one of the stumbling blocks, okay?
What, you talking? Your explanation of it? It was a real stumbling block. I was like, they were like, no habla dumbass. And I was like, it's hablo. And they're like, they couldn't stop laughing. And then the meeting was over.
Go ahead.
If I may, China and some other countries have been particularly active, seen as maybe taking advantage of the U.S. during this process, during this period. China particularly active in the South China Sea, got a carrier down, obviously. What's your message to some of these adversaries and competitors?
Well, look, the way I view it is this.
If they don't start being right, we're going to go back to TPP, which would have built up a wall of protection for all the other countries around the South China Sea area and would have allied them with us and with Mexico instead of letting China steamroll over them. But go ahead, tell us about stupid trade deals and how stupid trade deals are.
China has taken advantage of...
Oh, my God, of us. Oh, my God. It's honest to God. They took advantage of me. Oh, China tore my blouse.
The United States for
a long time, because they sold us a bunch of shit and didn't buy anything from us, because they were selling cheap things to a rich country, and a rich country was trying to sell rich things to a poor country. And somehow, for a long time, they couldn't afford Mercedes Fords.
30 years. Okay.
Okay.
I mentioned the World Trade Organization.
Because I don't like the world.
China has taken advantage of us through that and using rules that are unfair to the United States. And
oh my God, they've outgrown the classification. Just say that.
This should have never been allowed to happen.
No, it should have been allowed in the beginning when they were growing just like any other country on that scale. But they can outgrow it. Start making the case that China is no longer in the developmental phase and they need to be phased into a first world country and pay into the WTO like everybody else does because they're not developing anymore. Make that case. It's not hard to make. But this, oh, they took advantage of us. Oh my goodness. I will never in my life rely on the kindness of Pengyo.
When China,
that means friends in Chinese,
joined and was allowed to join under those circumstances.
When they had a lot less money.
World Trade Organization.
When they were a developing country, yeah.
That was a very bad day for the United States because...
No, it wasn't. It was a good day for China. It was fine for them. But phase them out. Just say it.
They had rules and regulations that were far different and far easier than our rules and regulations. Plus, they took advantage of them down to the last.
You took advantage of poor little me.
And you know China and you study China and you know what I mean. They took advantage of them like very few people would even think to take advantage of them. And again, they are considered, right, a developing nation. We are not considered a developing nation. They're given advantages. Okay. For many years, China has ripped off the United States.
Oh my God. We buy cheap crap from them at a much higher rate than they buy stuff from us. They're a manufacturing hub.
And then I came along.
Walmart. Talk to the Walmart folks, because Walmart is more responsible for the rise of Chinese goods in the United States than any other single entity.
And right now, as you know, China's paying 25%, and we've taken in billions and billions and billions of dollars in tariffs from China. And I know a lot of the people kept saying, oh, no, we're paying. Well, we're not paying. You know, countries are different. Not every country is China. But China would devalue their currency, and they'd also pour out money. And they essentially were paying most of those tariffs, not us. And as you know, we've taken in tens of billions of dollars. They targeted our farmers. But we took in so much money that I was able to give back. 1 year it was 12 billion, 1 year it was 16 billion.
Yeah, bailouts, and a lot of it wasn't specifically for American farmers.
Able to give back our farmers the money that they were targeted, hurt. China bought 12 billion and bought 16 billion. 1 year 12, 1 year 16. I was able to give them back to 12 and then give them back to 16.
This is ridiculous.
Farmers, and they weren't targeted, and they're all.
You created a tariff war. You said we're not buying certain goods from them, and they said, well, then we're not buying certain goods from you. And they still needed this stuff.
Now we're doing it because they got targeted in a different way. Now,
they didn't get targeted.
I'm going to be very interested to see. So we signed a deal with China, and under that deal, they're supposed to buy substantially in excess of $200 billion from us. That's not only farm product, it's manufacturing product, it's lots of different...
Oh my God, it's 10%.
Things. They're going to buy a lot. I just want to see if they live up to that deal.
You signed one, didn't you? No, you didn't. The first phase was not a signed agreement. That never happened. That was like an agree to talk later.
I know President Xi. I would say he would live up to the deal.
Why? Why would you think that?
But remember this, I never took off the tariff. It's still 25%. That's how big. 25% of $250 billion. So for the first time, and you saw also, now again, I'm going before the virus hit, because that's sort of like, let's start all over again. Okay? I can't tell you that yet, because that chapter hasn't been written yet. But go up a few weeks ago.
Oh, this is all making sense. Somebody keeping notes?
The deficit with the United States and China was coming way down. Nobody's seen that. Nobody's ever seen that before. But the deficit has come way down. So now...
Because businesses aren't buying shit from China?
Start a new chapter. And I can only tell you, if a smart person is standing where I'm standing, we're going to do very well with China. Okay? And
a what?
I have to also say this.
No, you don't. Don't say anymore, please. None of this has made sense so far, please.
I think our relationship and having the relationship I have with China is a good thing. But for the first time, we're benefiting instead of being the sucker that could, that got taken advantage for years.
Oh, you mean, yeah, because a sucker is not someone who like signs a deal they don't know if the person is going to honor and says, we'll see what happens. That doesn't sound like a sucker at all.
Nobody. I said to China, how did this ever happen? I got to know him very well. I said to him, representatives of China at the top level.
Oh my God, if he does his China accent right now.
You know who I'm talking about.
So, we know.
I say, how did this ever happen? They looked at me and they said, but nobody ever called us. We didn't have a deal. It's not like we had a bad deal. We had worse. We didn't have any deal at all. So they just took advantage. Think of it, $500 billion a year deficit. Not 500 million's a lot of.
Yeah, in goods purchased. Do you not understand? This guy is such a fake billionaire. Holy crap.
Money, right? It's not, everyone thinks I made a mistake when I say 500 trillion. No, you mean 500 million. No, I said $500 billion a year deficit.
Yeah, in goods purchased. Talk to Walmart.
With China.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Uh-huh.
But it was 200, it was 300, it was 400, it was 500, 556 billion, 507, $500 billion plus a year deficit with China.
Right. Jesus, why is a billionaire freaked out about these kind of numbers?
Now I'm charging them tariffs. And it's very interesting. A lot of people that don't want to do that.
You let all the stuff that Walmart buys outside that, and you don't count that as part of your deficit conversation anymore. You just eliminated that from anything that you're not going to tariff no longer counts as part of the deficit now.
They all agreed because China has taken advantage of this country like nobody has ever taken. We have built China with the money we gave them. Now, I give them a lot of credit, okay? I give them a lot of credit. They did it. But you know what? We made it a hell of a lot easier. We gave them a fortune. Go ahead.
The rest of the world buys cheap goods from them as well. That's what TPP was supposed to answer.
How about you in the back, yes?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Deborah Saunders with the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and I'm here today as a print reporter.
Oh, look, what is he sat? Steve wins. Casinos are closed.
Print reporter. So I'd like to ask you a question and then ask a question from one of the reporters who couldn't be here because of social distancing.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
A little louder, please.
Thank you. I was wondering if you have been tested for antibodies. If you've taken the antibody
Have I been tested for?
Yes.
Not that I know of. I've had some tests.
They draw blood, you would know. The fact that you don't know that an antibody test is a serology test and they have to take blood because Birx has said it fucking 12 times. Have I taken it? I don't know. Tell me. What have I done? I mean, sometimes I pass up and I wake up with tubes in me.
Tell me no. I'll
Is
accept.
anybody else in the task force that
They tell me no.
tested for antibodies? We don't have a test. We don't have the test.
Will come out. They've just developed those tests. Sort of new.
Okay, good to know.
They exist.
So this question is from Andrew Feinberg with Newsweek. A significant amount of federal aid was made available to Boeing in the recently signed CARES Act relief package. But according to sources, Boeing executives are still planning a round of layoffs. So should Boeing or any company that accepts federal aid to stay in business during this pandemic be penalized for laying off workers after doing so?
Yeah. Well, the aid hasn't been given yet, but they will be asking, in my opinion. They haven't even asked yet. Boeing has not asked for aid yet, but I think they probably will. Now, at the same time, they
didn't have to ask for it. It's already in there.
To run.
They must ask somebody. They just didn't talk to you.
A company. This isn't a great time to sell airplanes. Let's not kid ourselves, okay? If you're a business person.
I don't know. What about Project Farting Eagle? Don't they need planes?
Boeing makes airplanes. They had a big problem with one, but they make the greatest airplanes. They make the best airplanes in the world. They had the
except when they don't, but whatever.
Problem with one. They got it too complex. It becomes so complex. You have to be number one in your class at MIT to be able to fly it.
Do they teach Flying at MIT.
Mistake. Every 2 years, they want to make it more and more. I mean, they had great success with the 737, the Boeing 737. Then all of a sudden,
Oh, okay. As opposed to the Cessna 737?
they do the MAX, and they say, let's make it more complicated. Let's put on different engines. Let's do this, let's do that. It was not exactly a good decision. Bad decision. Very bad, horrible decision. Number one, human lives, and number two, horrible's what's happened to the company. Here's a company from a bit.
So we're bailing them out based on this plane screw up, is really what's happening.
As a standpoint, was like probably the greatest company in the world, in my opinion.
The greatest company in the world, in his opinion, is Boeing.
I think it amounts to 1% of GDP. Some people say it's a half. I think it's 1. But here's one of the greatest companies anywhere in the world, maybe the greatest. And boom. Now on top of
and boom,
what happened there.
Not a good, when you're talking about a plane crash.
With the two planes, and they say they have that fixed. That's good. They say they have it fixed undisputably. In fact, somebody said, they gave me something. I said, you should say it that way. They said, sir, this is now the safest airplane in the air. I said,
oh, somebody said you should say that? You mean somebody from Boeing should tell you as the president to say that Boeing's the greatest company in the world and that this is the safest plane ever? For what other reason besides stock manipulation?
that's what you should
Thank you, Flang Doodle.
say. That's a very good statement. It's the safest airplane in the air. That's a very good statement. You should
It's a good statement. You should say it.
use it. I said, by the way, you're changing the name? But whether you do or not, you should use that. But he said that. A Boeing person said to me, it's the safest airplane in the air.
Really? That's weird. How does the FAA feel about it? You know, the people who don't work for Boeing but make sure that the skies are safe?
That's a great thing. But we know they're going to need help.
I talked to Ronald McDonald and he said that these are the best cheeseburgers in the world, otherwise the Hamburglar wouldn't want them. And I was like, you're an expert.
Now, does that mean they're going to need help and they should keep people that they absolutely don't need? That business is a very cyclical business, like many businesses, frankly.
Thank you, Lori.
So that determination hasn't made. They have.
Thanks to our patrons, by the way. Thanks you guys for supporting us via Patreon. I appreciate that. That's really awesome. If you haven't yet, feel free. Patreon.com/AlSparks. It's a great way to support the show, considering my job is now illegal.
Not spoken to us yet. I think they will be. Maybe they won't need help. That'll be great. Look.
Oh my God, they already talked to McConnell and everybody there. What are you talking about? This is just embarrassing.
Boeing made so much money. Who would have thought they could have made all of those planes that are parked all over the place? In many cases,
they're parked everywhere. They're just planes.
Yes, payments not made. But who would have thought they could do that and they're still a solvent company? Okay? I mean, what a tragic thing happened in numerous ways, but also economically. So when they see us, making sure that Boeing is strong again is very, very powerful and very important, and we'll do whatever is necessary to do.
Oh, okay. So we're going to do whatever's necessary to make sure that Boeing is strong again. So in answer to your question about whether or not the money from the bailout that's going to them will be limited based on if they lay a bunch of people off, the answer is no. So just translating that whole noxious pile of horse shit.
Please.
Thank you. I have a quick one and then a longer one. First of all, have you...
Oh, great. Don't ask longer questions and don't ask him about dates.
Should we keep this going, everybody?
No. Go home. It's Good Friday. It's a holiday. Stop it.
Huh?
You're the president.
Jim wants to leave. No. Keep it going for a while, yes? I mean, we have time if you want. Should I,
I thought you were working around the clock. I don't understand. What are you doing? What if you're working around the clock and they have so much shit to do? What is this dangling like a bunch of dickheads for 2 friggin' hours? Why? My hair is shaking because it's longer than it's been. I'm getting all Paul McCartney. Ooh.
And he criticized me that the conference was too long. You know, if I leave short, yesterday I left short. It was too short. If I stayed too
No one said that.
long, they say it was too long.
Everybody's saying that. No matter, they said that about yesterday. Yesterday was short. Was the shortest so far, and it was still too long.
Someday we're going to get it just right. Okay.
No, you're not. You're never going to get this right. You're never going to get this right.
Should we continue? Should we continue?
Stop taking a vote. You're in charge. Do you have information germane to people who are being affected by this pandemic or not? Go away.
Yes?
Let's answer my questions. Yeah.
Okay, let's, at least for your question.
Have you had a chance to speak
Not a
to...
bad boy.
Have you had a chance yet to speak to Boris Johnson since he came out?
I have not, no. I have a call just to wish him well to his group. No, I don't want to be calling him now. I want him to get better. He's a great...
If I call him, he'll get sicker. It happens. I call a lot of people and they just start throwing up. So it's probably best if I don't call right now.
He's become a friend of mine, a real friend of mine.
That's why he's the only person in this entire pandemic that I know by name has gotten it. Everybody else, like some nurse someplace.
You know, he has a great feeling for our country. Obviously, for his country, he loves it. He's a tremendous guy.
And a slightly more complicated
He's
one.
become, I think he's probably right now, he was very high to start. I think he might be 100% popularity right now. I think he's...
No. Just because nobody wants you to die doesn't mean that when you don't die, you get to do everything you want to do. What?
You know, they talk about approval polls, right? You ever hear that term? I'm sure you never heard that. I hear it all the time. His approval rating must be about 300%.
No, it isn't.
But he's a great guy. He was a great guy before, and I think people see what he's been through.
Only Trump could think that if you don't want someone to die, that means you're a fan. Like you can't literally, if you think somebody should live, they must be a personal friend.
What he's been through is incredible. And they say a big turn. So let's see what happens. Let's hope.
If I may, where do you see the use of something like immunity certificates or documents or passports when we get to antibody?
Oh, wow, Morgan, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Thanks to the patrons. You guys are fantastic. I appreciate you guys a lot.
Excuse me, immunity certificates. Once we get to antibody testing, whether this will be a useful way.
No, we're all going to get a tattoo on our arm. Don't you know the skill? You know, right? And we get our own train car.
I see a lot of different things. We're going to be very careful for who comes into the country. Look, my opposition party wants to have open borders.
No, they don't.
This is a case where
we don't want open borders. That's ridiculous.
I'm very glad that my position.
You're an idiot.
I don't want open borders. I want
no.
very strong borders. That includes not only on the southern border, our southern border,
but also the water borders is what I call the oceans. I call it the Atlantic border and the Pacific border.
Mexico, and you could also say our northern border with Canada.
Yeah, let's keep those Canadians out or whatever.
We want to have strong borders, and I think this is maybe one of the learning points. We learned something about borders. We need borders. The country needs borders to be a great country.
Right.
And
and we need a comprehensive immigration policy.
I think this is a great.
That's what we're talking about.
Go ahead. Do you have something else?
Yeah, I wasn't just thinking about for borders. I just thought for ordinary Americans who are currently stuck at home.
No, not for your own personal. Yeah. If in the United States, if you become immune to it, will you get a special bracelet?
If they're tested for antibodies, it turns out they've had the disease and therefore shouldn't be infected again. Some sort of documentation that would allow them to go back to work safely.
You mean once they get better?
Yeah, or people who might not.
Okay, so they have the disease.
Oh my God, explain it to us. Dr. Trump, you know, my uncle taught at MIT for like a record number of years. Watch this, bitches.
They're better. They have the immunity now. They
got, am I explaining this well enough? They got over the hump and...
They have, supposedly, according to what I'm hearing, it could be for a long period, could be for a lifetime, it could also be for a year or two, I'm hearing, Tony. So nobody's told me yet if it's for a year, if it's for 2 years or if it's for a lifetime. Like chicken pox. They say if you have chicken pox, you have immunity. They say for a lifetime. I hope that's true. But nobody's actually told me with certainty, maybe because they don't know yet.
You can't get reinfected. Oh, God.
You don't know yet. Because it's new. You know, this came upon us. Nobody knew. They do know you have it for a period of time. And it's strong for a period of time. They don't know. That's hence the antibodies that we're making. I saw somebody who was really sick, and he got better. A young person, relatively young person, 35, and
we don't know his name, though, because he's not Boris Johnson.
Physically fit, you know, and he got better. He made it, barely, but he made it. His first thing that he did when he was better is, I want to give whatever I can give to help other people.
Explain what it is. You mean plasma?
Because nobody should go through it. It's a tough thing. So we don't know yet how long, if you'd like to add anything to that, but we don't know yet, is it a year? It will be a year, but is it?
It will be a year. It's at least a year. I don't know when it is. It could be forever or it could be a year, but it'll be at least a year.
More than a year.
You won't get it for a year. If you've had it, lucky you. You won't have it for a year, according to Dr. Trump.
Only time is going to tell. Okay? Thank you.
Only time will tell.
One more question.
Go ahead, try one more.
Will you have
We just skipped over Fauci. We're not going to let him answer that question.
governors, mayors, members of Congress on the Open the Country Council that you talked about?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to put some governors. I've gained great respect for governors, both Republican and Democrat. I've actually become friends with some of the Democrat governors that
No, you haven't. They just said nice things about you.
wouldn't have really had
You're not friends with them. They're not your friends. You're not friends with them. You have no friends.
the privilege of getting to know. And Governor Murphy of New Jersey is a very liberal guy. I'm not, but we've had a great relationship. John Bell, as you know, I call him John Bell, but John Bell Edwards, people call him John Bell.
Do they now?
Sort of a cool name.
I just made up.
From Louisiana, I have a very good relationship with him. Gavin Newsom.
Gavin New. I call him Gavin Newby.
Honestly, I think we fight on every. Hey, we're fighting right now. I want automobiles to be made cheaper and safer and stronger.
And he wants to make them cheaper and safer and stronger and less polluting.
But you save $3,000-4,000 per auto, and environmentally equal, or better, maybe.
Equal with what? A diesel truck from Russia?
And we're fighting on that. We're fighting a lot of different things. We fight on the border. He wants open borders. I want people to come into our country illegally. I've gotten very friendly with Gavin Newsom. He's done a very good job here. I think I've gotten very friendly. I mean, he's been, I think, sort of a friend of mine for a long time.
Thank you, Michael Anderson. Watch the Trump Show real time. Hal taught me how to deal with it with humor, wit, and facts. That's all it takes. Just write it out. Understand this is not serious. The disease is serious. Your response is serious. How you deal with your family is serious. The science is serious. This is. Thank you, Michael. I'm not gonna point while your thing is on the screen. I'll wait till it fades. There you go. So you don't think I'm pointing at that. This is not serious. This is bullshit. This is campaigning.
Don't get to see him much, but Governor Cuomo of New York, we talk all the time. I told you, I spoke to him literally the last call just before walking in here.
Thank you, Slick Chick.
I've really developed a lot of good friendships.
I really love the governors who do the shit I'm supposed to be doing for me.
The governors, and including the governors.
It's like having a favorite caddy, you know?
I think Mike DeWine, Republican, but I think he's done a great job.
I call him Mike Dew. Most people call him DeWine, but I call him Dew.
In Ohio. So
Mike
yeah,
Dewdrop.
I want to put on both parties. I want to have some governors. I'm not going to have all of the governors, but I'd like to.
You think? Thank you, Dedrickle Meow.
Some representative governors on the council, yes, I would like to do that.
Would you?
I have. I've asked a couple of them. They've all said yes. So far, everyone said yes. I think everybody would like to be on that council. That's a very important council.
The council you're not going to announce till Tuesday?
Go ahead in the back, you haven't gone yet.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Who's going to be on it? I don't know. The governors? I don't. Maybe we'll have a governor. We can't have all the governors, but maybe it'd be a good idea. I mean, a lot of governors like me. What the fuck?
Two questions, if I may. Do you have a message to those pastors who are still planning to have Easter services, defying the public health?
Who are you with? Foreigner? Have you been checked? Are you here on merit? Somebody test her antibodies.
Guidelines.
Well, so you're going to have to say it louder. To those.
You have an accent. You're going to have to speak louder. There are no bathrooms here.
To those pastors who are still planning to have Easter
Those bastards? Who?
services in person.
Pastors who
Oh,
are
the pastors. I didn't understand your word.
Your word.
Okay. You have a very nice voice, but it's a little bit low and you're far back. I've had talks with the pastors, and most of the pastors agree.
She's not talking about the most of them. She's talking about the ones who don't. What's your message to them?
And
Which, by the way, should be don't.
very complex.
If you love Jesus for real and you care about your flock, tell them to stay home.
Subject, let's face it, for the obvious reasons. I don't have to go into it. Most of the pastors agree that they
Talk about the ones that don't.
are better off doing what they're doing, which is distancing. They feel that let's get this over with, and they want to get back to church so badly. I mean, can you imagine we have Easter Sunday, and I'm going to be watching Pastor Robert Jeffress, who's been a great guy. Did I tell you? He's been a great guy, and I'm going to be watching on a laptop.
Why? Why are you watching on a laptop? You have giant screens in the White House. Please, come on. Come on. You're telling me the White House doesn't have AirPlay.
Now, a laptop is not the same as being in his church or being in another church.
It's not? Weird. It's like being in Interstellar. Don't let me go, Murph.
It's not. No matter what you say, you don't get to say, oh, isn't it wonderful? But I've
But then when you don't know the words to the hymns, nobody gives you a stink eye.
done this for 3 weeks, and they've had tremendous, I let people know who it is. They've had the biggest audiences they've ever had. They have millions of people now watching, and people are really liking what they're hearing. So I'm going to be with...
Yeah, like you? You're liking what you're hearing? Tell me what you're hearing, please. What was your favorite part of last week's sermon? Wax on it for a second. Or wax off.
Easter, Pastor, I don't even know if he knows it yet, but he will soon. I think he will in about 2 minutes. Pastor Robert Jeffress, and he's a terrific guy, a terrific man. I've gotten to know him very well. He's a man of great compassion. He loves our country, and I'm going to be with him on Easter, meaning I'm going to be with him watching on a laptop. Doesn't sound good, but it's, it's one of those things. It cannot be church. I'm not going to get into it. It cannot be church. Most pastors and most people, of faith, people that we listen to and respect and admire.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I had to look it up just to be sure. It's Robert Jeffries, not Jeffers. Jeffries. Jeffress, not Jeffers. Jeffress, not Jeffers.
Most people will, and who's done an incredible job in New York on Central Park, where they put up Samaritan's Purse. He's done an incredible job. The son of the late, great Billy Graham. His family is incredible. He's incredible. Franklin Graham, the job he's doing he loves to do it. He has such a passion, and that's why...
Like the family business. He loves to do it like Eric loves doing real estate, and playing with blocks.
So good at it. He does it with incredible love. And he will tell you, we're all saying we've got to get our country cured. I know there are some pastors and ministers and others.
Yeah, now get to that question. Thank you.
Want to get together. I would, and I have great respect for them. 2 of them I know. But I would say first, heal. I'm a Christian. Heal our country. Let's get healed before we do this. And if there's time to do that, we'll do it for hopefully the rest of our lives. Please.
What is required being a Christian? baseline. Has Donald Trump been baptized? Does anybody know the answer to that question?
Thank you. The Mercy
Because I'm going to go with no.
and the Comfort seem to be underutilized at the
Yeah.
moment in Los Angeles and New York. Is there any consideration either to sending the medical units into the cities to help
Yes.
the hospitals there, or to moving the hospital
Yeah.
ships?
So the Mercy and the Comfort were sent when projections were much higher. And I say, Tony backed it up. Deborah made the statement. They said, you're not going to need these many rooms. But we wanted to be prepared. I mean, you know, we had the ship. They did an incredible job. With the Comfort was supposed to be in maintenance for a period of 4 weeks, and they had it done in 3.5, 4 days.
Yeah, they stopped, put shit back together, and sent it up.
And
By the way, I looked it up. Trump was baptized Presbyterian as a child, allegedly. As a child, though, which means he did not choose to be baptized. He was spritzed. That's the Catholic way, and I don't know where in the world. Yeah. If he's evangelical, you gotta actually do the dip.
Came up, and so we had it there. If there was a disaster from the standpoint of you needed all of the, now, I tell you, the Javits Center, Andrew will tell you, we were ready to go. It's incredible the job they did. But they're using less beds. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. They're using less beds. Now, Javits has been pretty busy over the last
Because of the nature of the disease, not the spread of the disease.
couple of days.
Because of the nature of the disease, not the spread of the
And
disease.
the death numbers are horrific. But you go back now, and you're finding they're going to start to come down very substantially, just based on the fact that the bed usage, the number of beds are much, much less, much, much less. So the Mercy and the Comfort were there in case they needed them. Los Angeles, where you have the one, and New York, where you have the other. They just don't. Fortunately, we haven't hit numbers where they would have been used. They're always going to be sort of overflow because they're on the edges. You know, they're not as convenient as certain places. But the people were ready, willing, and able. They were ready to go. They were going to do a great job. But fortunately, we don't need, just like we didn't need as many ventilators. When they were asking in New York for 40,000 ventilators, I had experts, these people, I listened to them. They said, you'll never need that many. And they were right. In New York.
Yeah, this was before we were shut down. They didn't trust anybody around them to shut the rest of the states down.
Now has its, and I dealt really well with Mayor de Blasio. We got him a lot of ventilators. We got Andrew a lot of ventilators. But we never felt you needed the numbers that you were talking about, and we were right on that.
Because of the nature of the disease, not the nature of the necessity of medical care.
Now, with all of that being said,
You're severely behind in PPE, for example.
we have a lot of ventilators ready to go. We have almost 10,000 in the stockpile. That 10,000 can move rapidly. We can be within 24 hours almost anywhere. And hopefully we're not going to have to be, but it's really, this has been a great military operation. It hasn't all been military because we're dealing with great companies. We have companies that are making masks.
It's a great military operation that Washington State, New York State, and California handled on their own.
All set up in the mask too. I just told you we have an order coming in soon, 500 million masks, 500 million. We have companies, you know the story with GM or 3M, also GM.
Yeah.
But 3M is doing
one of the M's.
A great job. I spoke to the CEO the other day. We settled it out. We had a dispute with them, and it's now all settled. And I think they're trying to show the country something, maybe me, but the country something. So we've done, you know, I think, and not me, I'm not talking about this country, our country, the people that are doing it, Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, these people sitting right here, people that
Everyone but you. Yeah, everybody but you was barreling down on this thing.
That are watching every word that we're saying. They've done a fantastic job. They really have done a fantastic job. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you a question about testing. And you've mentioned the impossibility of testing the entire American public. So has
Well, what do we have?
the
So-
Surgeon General. Hold on.
What do we have, 350 million people? You're going to do 300?
That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is priorities. And Dr. Birx has mentioned how there have been priorities in certain regional parts of the country. And I wanted to ask you specifically about one industry in particular, and that's food processing plants. Is there a priority to get testing at food processing plants all across the country?
No.
Well, you're asking that because of what happened. It's a fair question,
Yeah, he's asking that because of what happened.
too. What happened in Denver? Because in Denver, I've never seen. I said, what's going on? We're looking at this graph where everything's looking beautiful and it's coming down, and then you got this one spike. I said, what happened in Denver? And many people, very quickly. And by the way, they were on it like so fast you wouldn't believe it. They knew.
No, I would believe it. That I would want them to be ahead of this. Why wouldn't you have baseline testing for medical personnel and essential services?
Every aspect. They have people going, not only testing.
You wouldn't believe it if I told you, but they ran down there with 3 magic beans.
Who did you see? Where were you? How many people did you meet? Were you out to dinner in somebody else's home? Where were you? Where did this number of people come from? They are totally on it. Now, this just happened. I just saw it this morning. I'm looking at everything's
It's been going on for the last 3 days.
smooth, going down, topping out. Then you have this one spike in Denver. It's like, where did this come from? So we'll be looking at that. And we don't
Who
want
would have even thought that Denver, I would have thought the altitude would have killed it by April.
cases like that happening. But this is the kind of thing can happen. This is very complex.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, man.
This is a very brilliant enemy. You know, it's
It's a brilliant enemy. It's so smart. It's so smart. How in the world can we fight something so smart unless we had a stable genius to lead us?
brilliant enemy. They develop drugs like the antibiotics. You see it. Antibiotics used to solve every problem. Now one of the biggest problems the world has
Oh, he just found this out. Somebody brought this up in the meeting. Oh, my God.
is the germ has gotten so brilliant.
It's gotten
At the
brilliant.
end-
That's what it did. It started studying. It's math.
Antibiotic can't keep up with it. And they're constantly trying to come up with a new. People go to a hospital and they go for a heart operation. That's no problem, but they end up dying from
Septicemia because of a dirty hospital.
problems. You know the problems I'm talking about.
No, tell us. Tell us what the problem is you're talking about. Don't ham-handedly shove it off on somebody else.
There's a whole genius to it. We're fighting, not only is it hidden, but it's very smart, okay? It's invisible.
Oh my God. This is him excusing himself. It's a smart, crazy, it's swift, it's super, this crazy thing is so, it's like incredible. This thing is so smart. How could anything be this smart? But luckily, I'm in charge.
And it's hidden, but it's very smart. And you see that in a case like Denver. But, I think we're doing well, and they're on Denver like you wouldn't believe. I came in this morning, it was a flurry. I said, what's going on? They said, Denver. I said, what happened in Denver? Because Denver was doing pretty well. And they've got that under control. But yeah, that would be a case where you do some very big testing. Peter?
Mr. President, we learned that more than 16 million Americans filed for...
What about food processing plants? What about that is about food processing plants? All you're telling us is that you didn't know shit was going down in Denver till today. What?
Employment over the past 3 weeks. It's good.
Super smart. This thing is so smart. It was like, let's move to Denver where pot is legal.
Friday, it's payday. We are seeing troubling, paralyzing lines at food banks around the country. What do you say to those Americans in need right this moment?
Number one, I love them. Number two, we're working really hard.
I love you, and love will fill your belly.
It wasn't their fault. What happened?
Love will keep us together. Paying your rent and weather.
Sometimes they don't do a good job and they lose their job. That's one thing. This is a case where we take the strongest economy in the history of the world.
And told him to stay home. Yeah, what are you telling people who are at food banks? Dipshit.
It's what we had. more people working in the United States, Peter, than ever.
We know. We know. We know it's not their fault. Why is this a surprise to you?
Almost, I mean, look at the numbers, 160 million people, almost, just short of 160, excuse me. So we have the greatest economy we've ever had. And by the way, black unemployment, Hispanic unemployment,
Oh,
Asian
my God.
unemployment, the best numbers we've ever had in virtually every way.
Yeah, same arc that started since the recovery.
And then you get hit like this, and it's traumatic.
You were riding somebody else's wave and it crested.
People that had great jobs, that went out to dinner and they didn't have any problems.
They could write off going to a strip club and put it on their taxes, and then
their family, they were making good salaries. All
they were doing so good, they had some of them 3-4
of a
jobs.
sudden, you know, you use the term cold turkey. It's cold turkey.
Oh my God, cold turkey. That's how you quit something. What are you talking about?
They go from that to having no money and waiting for their checks, which are being processed very rapidly, but they have to go out and look for money. It's a terrible thing. All I say is we love them. We're working so hard.
So hard that I came in today and I was like, what's up with Denver? What are you guys talking about? I'm not even, it's been all over the news for the last 3 days. I only watch Hannity. What the shit is going on?
They're going to be back. And I hope they're going to be back even stronger than before.
Let me ask you about that if I can, just to follow up then. You chose not to do a national stay-at-home order. Now that you say you want to reopen parts of the economy, what authority do you have to do that? Isn't it ultimately up to the states to do that?
Yeah, no, it's really, the states can do things if they want. I can override it if I want. But the national stay-at-home, just so you understand, 95% of the country is...
Right. So if you say, I'm ready to open up the government, and the states are now in charge of it because you've handed it off to them, oh my God.
Stay at home. Like as an example, I was speaking with the great governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day. He has a stay at home. A lot of people didn't even know it, but he had a stay at home. Some people reported Texas wasn't. He had a very strong, actually a very...
No, the governorship in, oh God, in Texas, governor is like one of the lowest ranked jobs there. They get overridden all the time. George W. Bush was the governor of Texas.
Strong stay at home. 95 to 96%. South Carolina, as you know, has it, which at one point, a week ago, they didn't have. South Carolina, another great governor, McMaster. 95% of the country is covered. Now, the states that aren't, and again,
he's not asking you about the ones that aren't. He's saying if you reopen the government and you say we're ready, we're going to do it, and you have no authority to tell the governors what to do because you've handed it off to them, what the shit are you talking about?
Institutionally, from a federalist standpoint, if I thought there was a problem, if I saw a state with a problem, I would absolutely demand it. But they're doing great. And
he's not talking about closing. He's talking about opening.
States that aren't are states that have not had a big problem.
Yeah, he's still going,
The
Susie.
same way that it's up to the states to shut it down, it's up to them to reopen.
I have great authority if I want to use it.
No, you don't.
I would rather have
You can't force them open. You can force things closed. You cannot force things open.
States use it. I would rather, and this is so...
You can't force things open. Then you are liable as the federal government for anybody who becomes sick.
For me, a lot of people are saying, wow, he's really very reasoned, isn't he? A lot of people are shocked. They think I'd do it. I have absolute authority to use it. But so far, our relationship with governors and the job they're doing, I haven't had to do it. Would I do it if I saw a state that was out of control and they didn't have the stay-at-home policy?
He's saying the opposite, dickhead.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
He's not saying that. We know you don't care that some of the states aren't doing stay-at-home. He's answering the inverse of the question. What the shit?
Jeff?
Mr. President, there's obviously a lot of interest in how you're going to make that decision. What?
That's a very big decision.
What?
I don't know.
I'm a big guy.
But I've had a bigger decision than that when you think, right?
Yeah, well,
I mean, think of that
maybe.
decision. Somebody said it's totally up to the president. I saw this one. It's totally up, and it is. I don't know that I've had a bigger decision, but I'm going to surround myself with the greatest minds not only the greatest minds, but the greatest minds in numerous different businesses, including the business of politics and reason. And we're going to
Politics and reason.
make a decision, and hopefully it's going to be the right decision. I will say this, I want to get it open as soon as we can. We have to get our country open, Jeff.
You say, sir, what metrics you will use to make that decision?
No, he doesn't know the metrics. That's why he has to get a group together, and then he'll break the tie.
The metrics right here.
Oh, God. Oh, Lord.
That's my metrics. That's all I can do. I can listen to 35 people. At the end, I've got to make a decision. And I didn't think of it until yesterday. I said, you know, this is a big decision.
He didn't think of it till yesterday. This is a big decision. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. We're dead. We're dead. Oh, my God. I didn't think until yesterday it was a big decision. You're shitting me.
But I want to be guided. I'm going to be guided by them. I'm going to be guided by our vice president. I'm going to make a decision based on a lot of
I'll be guided by the light
different opinions
of Pastor Jeffers.
Some will maybe disagree, and some I'd love to see it where they don't disagree. Will there be risks? There's always going to be a risk that something can flare up. There's always going to look at what's happening where countries are trying to get open and there's a flare up and they'll go. But I'd like the flare up to be very localized so that we can control it from a local standpoint without having to close. There's always a.
Oh, would you like that? Do you order that? Is that a sub menu on Grubhub?
This is genius that we're fighting. You know, we're fighting this hidden enemy, which is genius. Okay.
No, it isn't. It has no thought process.
It's genius.
It's not a genius.
The way it's attacked so many countries.
It's not a genius. Doesn't think.
So many different angles. And I mean, you take a look at what's going on. And the greatest doctors in the world,
what's going on?
I think they're close, by the way, but they haven't figured it out yet. Look what it's done to some people. I mean, some people it's grabbed, and it's a horrible way to go. You want to know the truth?
I do want to know the truth. Can we have someone up there besides you so we can know the truth? Thank you so much, Rebecca. Aw.
Horrible, and then other people it hardly has an impact on. We talked about it. It's sniffles. It's less. They don't even know they had anything. And some people, I looked at New York this morning, and I look at what's happening. And
thank you, Rebecca.
The amount of people that are dying, and dying, violently dying. It's
oh, God.
It's a very tough adversary. But we're going to win, and we're going to win it. We're going to win it very decisively. I'm going to have to make a decision. And I only hope to God that it's the right decision. But I would say, without question, it's the biggest decision I've ever had to make.
There's a little. That's the news clip you're gonna see.
Follow up for the doctor, if I may. For Dr.
That's the trailer right there.
Fauci and Dr. Birx. The models, as I understand them, are based on social distancing continuing
through May.
Is that correct? And if you were.
Yeah, IHME. This is what I said. Did I not earlier with the...
To open the economy on May 1st or sometime during that month, would that impact the models in terms of the deaths that you expect?
Want to answer that?
You want to answer it? You know, have a little one. Come on, give it a shot.
We're taking turns today. Good. It's good. So the model, the IHME model, does state that it's through May. We've
through May. Full social distancing through May.
These model discussions, haven't we, for weeks now? So the models are informed by the data, and you can see how much that model has shifted on the amazing work of the American people.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what we're evaluating right now.
And it's all been artificially low because it goes through May.
Remember when I talked yesterday, I've been in public health a long time. I have never, except for Ebola, where we worked very closely with the communities about specific issues, we've never taken a countrywide or a global-wide approach to mitigation. This is unprecedented. I will tell you there is nothing in the literature about specifically what to expect, and I think that's why the models continue to modify.
Really? Because we all watched Contagion, and this is pretty much working out in the numbers that we saw, just in a truncated version.
By themselves based on what actually has happened with social distancing and hand washing and all of the pieces
Yeah,
that
and you still think the R0 is based on that. It isn't.
the American people are doing, the decreasing, the closing of the bars, the closing
Please let Fauci talk.
of the restaurants, no communal eating. That was thought to be a very big issue in many of the other cultures that went through this virus.
Through May.
So the models continue to evolve based on the impact. And so therefore it makes
99 cents of euros. I appreciate that. Hey, Boxing, I didn't realize that you were overseas. Who's, by the way, who in the chat? Say hi if you're in the U.S. or outside the U.S., and if you're outside the U.S., say where.
very difficult
Just so I know who I'm dealing with.
to interpret each component of social
I don't want to see any rubles showing up in here. This is not Facebook. I turned them off for a reason.
distancing and which ones are absolutely critical. Now, there's a way to do that in multivariate analysis potentially. Now, I want everyone to understand there are states that are testing. There are states that are doing contact tracing. So, I mean, I think sometimes we get, we look at what New York is doing and Detroit, and we forget that there's a Utah and a New Mexico and a North and South Dakota and a whole series of states that have been doing testing and contact tracing and have been testing at rate
Darren, are you really in Russia?
higher than that per capita rate that we all have discussed. So we're looking
What's up, Paul, in Canada?
at that. What did they do? Where are the most vulnerabilities? Where are the outbreaks most likely to occur? And that's why I've been talking
The
about
places where there's no testing and everybody's ignoring the suggestions.
nurse
That's where.
comes because we do believe that there's a relationship between age and seriousness of disease. Not to say that there can't be young people with serious disease, but proportionally, it's a
Yeah, we know what the statistics are.
smaller piece with serious disease.
You want to be the person who has a 6-week-old who dies of it? You want to be the person who turns out to be 32 years old and dies from it? You want to find out the hard way since we don't know what that factor is?
And so when you have that kind of spectrum where the older and the more complicated, the higher the severity, you get the impression that there may be more asymptomatic in younger age groups, and that's where the antibody test comes in.
Yeah.
So when you put all these pieces together, you're trying to understand
Oh my God, I can't put all these pieces together.
where
I think her scarf is too tight and it's affecting oxygen to her brain.
would be the first signals. So we have surveillance out there right now with the CDC's influenza-like illness. I hope you're all tracking that. It is showing these small changes. I think we can believe in that as a surveillance tool married with their syndromic piece, giving us the insight about where to test and then where to proactively test in nursing homes and other vulnerable groups, because
That's to save people from dying. You have no idea what the contagion spread is like. What the hell?
has been the signal in a series of the states that have very, very low prevalence and incidence of disease. So that's the kind of factors we're putting all together to really define the best way forward. And we have superb roadmaps. I hope you all have seen them. There's been about 6 different roadmaps to opening that people have put online. And again, there's no literature that you can cite and said,
Or literature.
we did this 20 years ago and what really worked. There isn't that. There's brilliant public health people giving us their insights.
Or the question is, because
Let me just ask my question again, since you just tap danced your ass off.
those are the models you've been using. If you do go with starting to open up the economy again on May 1st, doesn't that lead to more deaths?
Well, look at how much
Yeah,
it changed with mitigation.
right. And look how much it will change if you don't do mitigation. Oh God.
And now we're looking at those state by state, and there's some states in there that are still in contact tracing. So we're looking at the impact of that model and what that model predicted based on the type of contact tracing, less mitigation, more contact tracing. Are you getting what I'm talking about? Okay.
No.
So there are states that didn't stay-at-home orders, but we're doing contact tracing from outbreaks. So we're looking at them and how they have done, and we're looking at certainly what's happened in the big metro areas. And we're integrating all of that data together to make a plan going forward. So I can't tell you, because look at how much the model has changed in just a week.
Yeah, you're the one who thinks that the friggin' R0 changes based on mitigation. It doesn't.
Remember just a week ago.
That stops the disease from spreading. It does not affect the contagion aspect of the disease.
It was 80,000. Now it's 60.
If someone dies on a desert island of measles, it does not now mean that measles has an R0 of 0.
So, and the curves, I'm sure you're all watching it, the curves are getting much broader confidence intervals. There is still the dotted line, but the confidence intervals around the dotted line are getting
Are flexing like crazy because they don't know what the shit you're gonna do.
bigger.
Because they think you're gonna open on May 1st.
When you see that,
Yeah, when you
know, the
see
model
that,
has
that's
a
what
bit
that
of
means.
Instability. And so that's why Tony and I base a lot of our decision and discussion on cases and what physically is happening in that county and that state. At the same time, not ignoring the models, but integrating the models as one piece of our thought process. Do you want to come up here and say what you think about models? Okay.
Dr. Works, can you update something? I just want to say that, you know.
Oh no. Please don't interrupt Fauci for your 2 cents.
You talked about, couldn't it lead to death? Meaning, you open up, could lead to death, and you're right.
But if you don't open up, that could lead to more deaths.
What? Staying at home leads to death also. And
What'd I say?
it's very traumatic for this country. But staying at home, if you look at
Yeah, but the things that cause the deaths from staying at home are not contagious.
numbers, that leads to a different kind of death, perhaps. But it leads.
Yeah, which won't change. Those deaths will still be there if people's relatives die without ever seeing them. Those suicide deaths you're talking about, and the other factors of people's stay-at-home deaths. If people's
to death also. So it's a very big decision. As I say, it's the biggest decision I'll ever make. All right.
Oh, well, great.
A couple of more, we'll go.
Just skipping Fauci's answer? We're skipping Fauci's answer. He's not letting Fauci come up and answer that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before you came out here,
Because the answer's bad. Because the answer, Fauci is going to walk up there and say, yeah, the models we're going on have mitigation through the end of May.
you said one of the
Which is what I said earlier. Hello.
last people that you talked to was Governor Cuomo.
Yes.
And at his news conference today, he
Lady in red, she got 3 buttons on her shoulder. Lady in red with no matching mask.
said that he was asking you to use the Defense Production Act to require companies to make more tests, to streamline testing.
Uh-huh.
Is that something that you would consider, because you've considered?
I'm considering it very strongly. It's going to be something we're considering, but we don't even have to do it, even by considering it. I just say that I'm considering it, and that's enough.
With ventilator.
It's enough to keep this bullet in my shirt pocket, to keep everybody in Mayberry in line.
You know, the other side seems to keep using that, and I have used it. You know, I've enacted it, you do know. And I
Yeah, but you have to implement it.
used it. Some people thought viciously. Just ask a couple of companies if you want.
Viciously, he says.
You can just look up the names. And I'm surprised that he would have said that. We have great tests. We have others under development. You don't need full testing, as the doctors have been talking about ad nauseum. So I would be surprised
Just because you're sick of hearing them doesn't mean we're all speaking ad nauseum.
that he would have said that, meaning it that way. If he did, I'd have a much different type answer. Go ahead.
People didn't talk about it over the phone.
We talked about testing. Yeah, we did talk about testing. And one of the things I did was I put the 2 doctors in charge of that call. I said, you know what, Andrew? I have 2 very talented people standing here. We're getting ready to go on. Let me put them and let me have them talk to you. And they talked to him
Sorry, did that get loud for a second? I fixed it, I think.
really at length. And I think by the time they finished, he understood what we were saying. He understood it very clearly.
Really? Really? Because you've been talking for like 2 friggin' hours, and I don't know what the shit you're saying. I don't even know what the Mexico deal is right now. I'm going to have to go do a bunch of reading for tomorrow for the radio show just to explain what this bullshit is.
One more question.
No, not okay. What?
Please. You've talked a lot this week about holding the World Health Organization responsible for its response to the coronavirus. I'm curious if you've given any more thought to holding China financially responsible for the part that it played and the economic toll that it's taking.
The tariffs were taking in lots of money.
The American people.
Yeah, I understand the question very well. Look, nobody has done to China or treated China as strongly as I have.
Treated them as strongly.
Use the word strongly.
I use the word strongly. You use that a lot, actually. You look at things very strongly, I've noticed. I can't look too strongly or I poop.
As you know, you've reported on it, billions and billions of dollars is flowing into our treasury because of what I've done with China. I think it's a very sad thing that happened. And I think if people knew, including the World Health Organization, and I do believe they knew, but they didn't want to tell the world. And we're going to get to the bottom of it. And we'll have reports on all of this, and we are not happy about it. But I wanted to leave the World Health for later. And I can tell you that we're constantly in touch with China. We're talking to China. And we've expressed how we felt. We're not happy about it. We're not happy about it at all, Kristen.
Oh well, I feel that's very strongly. Did you tell him very strongly that we're not happy about a contagious disease that's killed 1,700 of our citizens today?
Okay.
So far, and it's only 2:00 Pacific time.
Yeah.
Mr. President, we hear from a lot of people who see these briefings as sort of happy talk briefings. And
No happy talk today.
And some of the officials
No happy talk today.
paint a rosy picture of what is happening around the country. If you look at some of these questions, do we have enough masks? No. Do we have enough tests? No. Do we have enough PPE? No.
Why would you say no?
Do we have
I think
enough medical
The answer is
equipment?
yes. I think the answer is yes. Who said no to that?
I'm saying this
No,
is
no,
what-
you're saying no, but who
We
said
hear-
no?
we
But you
hear
asked me, do
from-
we have enough
we hear
masks?
from
Yes.
doctors,
No, we don't have enough masks, stupid.
we hear from
No, no, you
health
didn't say
experts.
that. You said, do we have enough masks?
Does the country-
Yes.
does-
Do we have enough tests? Yes. Plus, we're developing new tests. Do we have
Why are you developing new tests if you have enough tests?
enough?
Everybody could get a test, wants a test. What is this?
Do we have enough ventilators? Yes. Do we have enough hospital beds? Yes. We've built 20,000 hospital beds. We have enough hospital
You assembled them. You didn't build them.
beds. Go ahead, Jim. Let's go.
This isn't construction. It's IKEA.
What do you say to, I mean, you watch the coverage.
You know what
You're
I say?
watching a lot of the coverage.
Well, a lot of it's
These
fake news.
doctors who,
A lot of it's fake news. He only watches Fox.
no,
A lot of it's fake news. A lot of it's fake news. Let me just
when
tell
the
you.
doctors
The-
and the
the
medical experts come
governors-
on our air
the
and
governors
say that
reported-
we don't have enough tests, we don't have enough
The governor,
masks.
yeah, depending on your air, they always say that because otherwise you're not going to put them on. Let me just tell you something. The governors have said last night, they had a group of governors, 14 governors, they were together someplace, and they said, it's been unbelievable what's happened. We've been totally responsible.
Yeah. It's the vocal inflection on "it's unbelievable what's been happening" that kind of tells you whether or not that's a compliment or not. Because this is fucking unbelievable. But I don't mean that as a compliment.
Ventilators. Everyone has the ventilators they need to a point where we're getting calls from foreign countries saying, you have all the ventilators, can we get some? And
Because we stole some from them.
I'm going to try and help some of these countries. These people have done an incredible job. This is not happy talk. Maybe it's happy talk for you. It's not happy talk for me. We're talking about death. We're talking about the greatest economy in the world. One day I have to close it off. And we did the right thing because maybe it would have...
Yeah, but the happy talk is you think you could open it by Easter, and now you think you can open it because we need to go back to work, and people need to go back to work, and we're going to be going back to work, and it's going to happen very soon, and it's going to happen sooner than people think, and the economy's going to go off like a rocket ship, and the tests are great, and they're the best tests in the world, and we have...
2 million people died instead of whatever that final number will be. which could be 60.
The 2 million people is if you did absolutely nothing. Why is that the standard?
Could be 70, could be 75, could be 55. Thousands of people have died. There's nothing happy about it, Jim. This is sad talk. This is the saddest.
This is sad talk. You don't understand.
These are the saddest news conferences that I've ever had. I don't like doing them. You know why? Because
Yeah, you do. If you didn't like doing them, you would not be here.
I'm talking about death. I'm talking.
You spent 20 minutes talking about an oil deal, and we still don't know what the shit it is.
About taking the greatest economy ever created.
Oh my God, that's why it's sad, because the greatest economy that ever, the one with a $1 trillion deficit with more government spending behind it than any other economy in history, the one with, oh God.
Greatest numbers we've ever had in almost every aspect of economics, from employment to companies doing. Look at the airlines; they were having the best year. Now all of a sudden we have to save them. Okay, there's no happy talk, Jim. This is the real deal, and I've got to make the biggest decision of my life. And I've only started thinking about that. I mean, you know,
I've only started thinking about that. I'm gonna go with if anybody watching this, even if you don't like me and you do like him, anybody watching this, anyone, if you found yourself in position of power like he is, and you were told by the experts, we're going to have to shut the government down or the economy down for the benefit of the entire country, nobody's going to go to work, people are going to have to practice social distancing. Your next question would be, okay, how long? And they'd go, at least 15 days, probably 45 days, maybe 60 days, as much as 90 days if it really gets bad. And you'd go, okay, I need a strategy from you guys over here, how we jumpstart parts of the economy and we make sure that things don't fail, so that best case scenario in the 15 days, we have a smaller stimulus that gets us back up to normal and helps people. If we have to go 45 to 60 days, I need a strategy for that. And for the 90 days, we need a huge strategy, and I need to talk to all the Hill leaders right now. Day one, even if you like Trump and you voted for him, even if you hate my guts for doing this every day, and if you're watching this, I don't know what the shit is wrong with you. Go watch it unexpurgated. It's on the White House website. Even the dumbest piece of shit Trump voter who's watching this, the day after you said we're going to have to shut down the economy, you would, the same day, you would go, okay, guys, we need a strategy for reopening it. The dumbest, you are an idiot and you know this. The stupidest person watching me right now wouldn't wait till the second round, midway through the next 15 days, the second 15-day cycle, to start thinking about what the decision will look like when you're opening this up.
A lot of big decisions over my life. You understand that.
No, you haven't. What? Whether or not to have sex with a porn star while your wife was home with your brand new toddler? That part, those kind of decisions. Whether or not to borrow $35 million from your sister, from the trust fund she got from your dad to keep your company afloat in the 90s. Whether or not the biggest decision of my life, should I write The Art of the Deal the same year I lost more in real estate than any person in history? Here's a big decision. Should I pretend to be my own publicist?
This is by far the biggest decision of my life, because I have to say, okay, let's go. This is
okay, let's go. Our team is red hot.
What we're going to do.
When you have hospital administrators.
Sure. But you have many doctors that say unbelievable job.
Oh my God, it's not a review, dude.
This morning, and I watched a certain network, and it wasn't Fox. And you had doctors saying that we've done an incredible job. You just read.
Who's we? Who's we? Who's we? Because I'm going to go with, a lot of them are talking about the workers and the governors at best.
If these no. Well, we have ventilators, we have equipment, we have beds. How about beds? I mean.
How about beds? How about beds?
Governor Cuomo just told me a little while ago
that if I wanted to fly up there and take a nap right now.
He's got plenty of beds. In fact, they're having a hard time filling Javits Center, we built them 2009.
Because of the convalescent aspect of this disease, it's better if people convalesce at home unless they need actual intervention. Oh my God.
So that's not a fair question.
When you're
Jim, look,
sanitizing that,
It's not a fair question.
you're talking about reusing PPE. Obviously, you don't have enough.
No, excuse me. We have masks. We have everything. And we were trying to get ready for the surge. And a lot of people said it will never happen. Deborah said it. You'll never need that many beds. They said we needed 40,000 ventilators. 40,000. It's like building a car.
It's like building a car.
40,000 ventilators.
How many cars are in the country? 2 for every human.
People said, I felt it too. You'll never need that many. Guess what? We have we're the envy of
the states went and got their own. They don't need the ones in the stockpile because they don't work.
World in terms of ventilators. Germany would like some. France would like some. We're going to help countries out. Spain
We'll send our broken ones to them. Is that it?
needs them desperately. Italy needs them desperately. Mexico needs them desperately. He asked me last night, would it be possible to get 10,000 ventilators? Within a short period of time, I'll be able to help out Mexico. No, Jim, just the opposite of your question.
The answer is no right now because we don't have enough for us. If we have enough ventilators, what are the 9,000 in stockpile, which, by the way, were 8,100, which were 7,400, and these are the broken ones. How many of the ones in the stockpile work?
It's not no, no, no. It's yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so that solves it. Okay, good. He just asked you a question about whether it's happy talk, and your answer was, it's not no, 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 it's yes, yes, yes.
We're in great shape. And you know what? What's happening now is those numbers are horrible. But take a look at the number of beds. We have beds available all over New York. New York really being the epicenter. New York.
Yeah, because the mitigation is working.
New York has experienced something that has been absolutely horrific.
So did California, so did Washington, and they managed it on their own.
I saw Hart's Island yesterday. I saw those people being buried yesterday. Fortunately, we have the beds, and you can speak to Mayor de Blasio, you can speak to Governor Cuomo. People can't even believe the job we've done. They can't even believe it.
Yeah, they don't believe it. That's why they went elsewhere.
And I give tremendous credit
to Oregon for giving ventilators to New York.
To the military. There's been a military operation.
No, it hasn't.
With private people. Wait a minute, wait. I give tremendous credit to our military, to the Army Corps of Engineers, to FEMA.
So if anything goes south, they can blame them.
To these people, the job they've done is incredible. And you shouldn't be asking that kind of a question. Jim, honestly. Okay, look, I really don't believe you're that bad a guy. You shouldn't be asking that kind of a question. You should say, you know what?
You're doing a great job. Nice tie. Your tan looks real. Your hands look huge. And shut the fuck up.
It's been really incredible what's been happening. Jim, nobody's asking. What governor, let me ask you this. What governor, we have more tests than anybody in the world.
But not enough.
We have
fewer per capita. We have fewer tests than countries that have gotten a handle on it.
We have virtually every country in the world calling us, asking us, how do we get these tests that you have? Your testing is the best in the world. How do we get it? They've done a fantastic job. And when you ask a question like that, it's very insulting to a lot of great people. Okay.
Oh, it's what it is. It's not because he's a fuck up. It's because asking that question.
One more, please. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You may have seen how Sweden has responded to the pandemic. The schools are open. Bars and restaurants are open.
Sweden.
They tested hydroxychloroquine early. Found out it blinded people and stopped.
Do you regret not following that approach? Is that approach working?
I think we could have followed that approach. And if we did follow that approach, I think we might have 2 million people dead. And Sweden is having a lot of difficulty. Look.
With hydroxychloroquine.
I'm very friendly with the
Nobody's calling me.
leadership in Sweden. They took a different approach. They're a very disciplined country to start off with, but they did take a different. Other places tried it. UK tried it. The herd approach, okay? Herd.
It's not, oh God. Herd immunity. I don't know why he likes the word herd. Is it because immunity's hard to say? Oh.
They tried it.
And Boris Johnson ended up in the ICU.
You saw what happened in UK. It said back
They're asking us for 200 ventilators. We know.
a lot.
And you sent over a bunch of people to try and chuck hydroxychloroquine down Boris Johnson's throat, and he decided to sit up on his own.
A lot of time. It's been, they're having a tough time. Other countries have tried it. And Sweden
have they?
Is suffering greatly. I mean, Sweden's suffering greatly. If we did the herd, if we went with the herd, as they say.
Oh, God, with the herd.
We would have had.
I heard it's a terrible thing.
Potentially. I mean, you see the charts. Nobody knows. Nobody will ever know, fortunately, because we're going to be substantially less than the minimum. I certainly hope, unless something happens that would be tragic.
Like if you open by May 1st?
So they had a minimum number if we did. One of the reasons we're so far below that number is because nobody thought the American people could be so disciplined.
That's right. We stayed in on our own.
Nobody thought it was possible. And I guess when they watched us up here every day and they watched other people and they listened to their representatives and governors, nobody thought that the American people could be so disciplined. They've been unbelievable.
Thought we would just watch people die and figure they're old anyways, and we just, listen to Bill O'Reilly and Dennis Miller.
And because of that, so you have a minimum number of 100,000, and then you had the 2.2 number that if we did nothing, if we just kept working, everybody go to work, people would be dropping dead on the subways.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No. If we would have lost 1 million people, take the 2.2 million.
Oh, my God. Of not doing anything.
And cut it in half. Cut it in more than half. Make it 1 million people, okay? Now take that number and cut it in half. Make it 500,000 people. That's if we did nothing, right? It's unacceptable. It's too many people.
Yeah, it's unacceptable to do nothing. No shit.
So we spent one.
We had to do something.
On stimulus? Who cares by comparison? You take 2.2, you cut it in half, you cut it in half, you cut it in half, you keep cutting it in half. I don't care what number you choose. 500,000, 400,000. Well, we're going to have, we were talking 50, 60, 65, maybe. But if we would have done what one country tried, and it has been very tough for them, you know that, very, very nasty, very tough. But if we would have done that here, and again, you got to remember, UK tried it. And I was a little surprised, and I watched it. They were going about, 2 weeks, and they said, we got to stop, because they were going to have a whole country infected. So, with all of that being said, we got to get back to work. We got to get our country open. But we could have lost 2 million people. We could have lost 1 million people. We could have lost 500,000 people. If we would have lost 500,000 people, now I'll say this also. From the standpoint of being president and vice president, and we're up there and we're doing that herd and we're going to bullet through it, do you honestly think people like Jim and yourself and other people Jeff would have put up with it?
That's why you did it, because you didn't want the bad press.
As people are dying all over, they would have said, this man is crazy. Because the numbers, Tony, at a minimum, would have been many, many times greater than the numbers we're talking about. So I'm very honored by our decisions, all of us. We talk about it all the time. I said, you want to let him you just ride it. You just ride it right through. We would have lost potentially millions of people. No, it would have been unsustainable. It would have been impossible to do. And the American people have been so disciplined.
Why is this an option?
It's been my
What are you talking about?
To be their president. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'll say it always. It's been my great honor to have been their president. And
he's stepping down.
I have a big decision coming
up. Whether to resign.
And I only hope to God that it's the right decision. But it'll be based on the input from a lot of very talented.
The hope to God aspect was part of the talking points today because it's Easter weekend, by the way.
Talented people, very smart people, and people that love our country. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, no Pence, no nothing. Look at that. Just a goodbye. Well, holy smokes. Well, we made it through that one, children. Oh my God. What in the hell? Thank you guys, by the way, for jumping in here with me and early. Usually starts around 2, and this thing just, oh God. It's Good Friday for, what in the world? This isn't fun, no mo. At Houseworks, what are you going to do? I'm going to take a break, I think, and then I'm going to try and have a guest on like I was going to do before this shit started, because I had to scramble to reschedule everything when I was just getting able to yeah, Good Grief Friday. That's exactly right. He's got to go golf. That's exactly right. What do you want to bet that they do, like, we got to find a way to fly the president out under cover of night and let him go golfing with some buddies? Because he made us feel like we were being crucified. I'm sorry if I swear on Good Friday. I apologize. May 1st, yeah, I was just going to raw dog it, right? Yeah, we'll all go to Disneyland on the first day of It's Safe to Gather again, once there's an antibody test. Unbelievable. Oh, thank you, Christina F. Thank you all for making us laugh and get through the insanity. I'm doing my best. I really am, you know. Sometimes I got sidetracked there trying to look up the Sweden numbers on the list of countries with illnesses. I think it's covered in the Netherlands cases. I don't know. I didn't see a separate thing for Sweden on the chart that I have. But they had a 1 day spike 2 days ago, and then now they've leveled out again. So they had one outlier day, but they've got a hitch in their growth point. Thank you, Karen. I try. Yeah. If we tried really, yeah. Sweden is rethinking, right? Thank you guys. Thanks, Benny Loco. Big hugs back to you in the high desert. That's a safe place to be, I would think. Let's see. Okay, so as of April 10th, in the Netherlands, there was 115 new deaths and 1,300 new cases. April 9th, 1,200 new cases, 148 new deaths. So they're going down. They were at their high point was on the 7th. That was the peak point at 234. And they were at 147, 148, 115 again. So they're vacillating greatly. That's the Netherlands. I don't see a... Yeah, I don't know what the... Anybody know what the Sweden numbers are? Oh, there it is. Here it is. I found it. Sweden. Sweden, 870 deaths, 9,000 cases, 381 recovered. They have a 70% death rate for the closed cases. They have 8,000 currently infected. They've blunted their curve a couple of times. They're doing different strategies, but they're still on the rise as far as active cases. It jumped up on the 3rd. 401, 591, 793 deaths today. That's New York numbers for a whole country. Yipe. Thank you, GlamZ1. Don't listen to anybody. This isn't cool. Yeah. Yes, the stats prove that staying home is the important thing. And thanks, Can't Stop Lying, for keeping everybody informed about all of our links and all that. Mark Savard, who's a hypnotist, some of you may or may not know, is a friend of mine here in Vegas. He has a special thing. If you go to his website, you email him at info@marksavard.com and put in the subject, Hal said I'm stressed. He'll send you a free download of a stress release hypnosis program, which is actually good to have anyways. So that's cool. I'm rolling back through to see where you were. Thank you, Angelic Princess. I'm doing my best. Thanks for the commentary. Hal made my day, Ira. Thank you, Ira. Yeah, I'm moving to Iceland. It's not a bad idea, actually. It's a pretty lovely place. Thanks, Glamsy, for the hearts and what. Ireland on an extra 3 times more weeks. 278 deaths in Ireland. Oh, they started an extra 3 more weeks of isolation. Is that what you're saying, Jimmy? Mark Savard definitely delivers, and once we're back to abnormal, going to see his show in Vegas, I highly recommend it. So there you go. Thanks a ton. And House Parks 2020. Well, you know, I'm building towards it. I'm going to run in my 60s, just so you know. So I got a decade to work my way up to that. But yeah, so tomorrow, radio show. That's right. Thank you, Can't Stop Lying, for keeping me honest. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time, 9 to 11, and then we'll do a post show. I don't know if he's going to do his early thing. Thank you, Michelle. This was so long. It was a long one. It was supposed to be, yesterday was so mercifully short, and then duh. So anyways, Saturdays, 9 to 11, we do the radio show. It's a call in, 11 to 1 Central Time on WCPT radio if you just want to listen to the radio in the background or whatever, but I also stream it on here. And yeah, so there you go. And that's Can't Stop Lying has the number for it when you want to call in during the live radio show. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Will he take Easter off? I would not bet on it. I think the task force team will probably fight against it, but I'm going to, when do you stream Call of Duty? I'll do it tonight for sure. It's Friday night. We got to relax. Richard Custer, Patreons assemble. Yeah, thank you guys who are patrons and the new patrons we've gotten lately. I really appreciate you guys. Our goal is 500. We have over 200 now, thanks to you guys. It's amazing. And we will keep, for all of you folks that, you know, are Steph heads who've started supporting her on Patreon because I finally talked her into it. Since you're already signed up on there, you know, toss us a cup of coffee once a month. That doesn't hurt. I'm just saying, I appreciate you guys. And then, yeah, what's next? So yeah, so Saturday, I'm going to game tonight. The radio show will be on. I have no idea if he's going to stream, but we will probably either roll straight into it. Because I think incorporating the radio show into playing it, because I can now send the audio to Chicago of what I'm watching here. So I may be able to play the clips just like I'm doing with this, and people can watch and listen. And at the very least, it'll probably be post-show time. Although, like I said, if they sneak him off for a game of golf, maybe we're mercifully spared. I also think there's a strong chance that he will do an Easter Day one, since they're not doing the Easter egg hunt. And if he thinks we've gotten over the arc, it's a very strong chance that he might. I'm going to mute this in case they roll into another video or something else happens. Are you doing Flappers Virtual again? I would be glad to, Susie. If you guys like that, it was very helpful to them. We had a great turnout. I loved it. So yeah, I'll contact them and maybe we'll do another one this week. Following from Ireland. Oh, bless you, Ireland. My middle name's McGee. Love you dearly. It's funny. I've never been more aware of how much I miss overseas travel than right now. Oh, thanks, Tracy. I have a new stand-up special. I'm going to post it for the patrons first, but we may be getting a distributor because Netflix can't film any more specials. So I have this one in the can that hasn't aired yet. So yeah, he thinks he's a religious leader. I bet he does it on Easter. I think you're probably right, Rob. I totally agree. Or he's going to have Pastor Jeffers on there. Yeah, so Jeffries. A trait. I am 14% Sub-Saharan African. It's true. There you go. Oh, right on, Adriana. Thank you for supporting WCPT. Only thing that makes me Irish is alcohol and my ability to hold a grudge. I don't drink, which is probably the least Irish thing about me. I'm also Scottish, so Scotch-Irish, is it? But, yeah, I'm becoming a patron. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate that, guys. Yeah, if you can join at a high level, that's awesome. But if it's just, whatever level you want to set for yourself is terrific. It's really just to support the show and stuff. All the patches and shows. I have had to rethink how we're going to do stuff for the patrons that's special because a lot of it has to do with live shows and tickets to live shows and shit like that. So I'm going to have to try to rework that to make sure everybody gets something, and especially the overseas crowd who want to be patrons, how we get them stuff besides stuff I post on there. Anyways, you guys are friggin' terrific. Scott Irish, thank you. Scotch is a drink. It's true. Hope he's going to resign. He's not going to resign. Maybe he brings out a bunch of preachers. That'd be a show. I don't doubt it, Rob Glenn. I don't doubt if he does some sort of like co-stream. That'd be fun to watch. Criminy. I don't rule it out, man. I like the way you pause Trump when you speak. Well, thank you. It's the only way I can get through it. I think I do it too much sometimes because every friggin' 4 words drives me insane. So I have to kind of pull back occasionally from just going, oh, wait, no. Like, it would be horrible being in there. Thank you, Bronwyn Fox. What'd you say, Carl? We're the greatest, most friggin' terrific, very strongly terrific. You are, absolutely. And thank you, Bronwyn Fox, very much. I just realized Father Guido Sarducci. He's going to bring him out, yeah. Slante sweetie. Thank you. Yeah, drink up. Yeah, my slantje. It's like cheers, right? In Gaelic. Yeah, you do too much, it happens. But it's hard not to, man. Watch it first. I don't want to watch it twice in my life. I don't need that shit. And I'm funny enough to do it off the cuff. I don't need to prep jokes. I'm a genius. Yeah, it's also easy. Yeah, he'll definitely use Easter to showcase his ego. I do think they're going to do something. We have not seen Melania during any of this stuff. Is she sequestered away? Is she and Barron at an undisclosed location, or stable genius? Not alone watching. Yes, well, that's why we're here. I can get in the mood by putting some background music in right after the vids. I don't know if hold on, it should have been in there. Hold on. No. Oh, yeah. I don't have it in here. Hold on. Why is my keyboard not working? I don't know. That's weird. It's only playing my loops. Where are you? I gotta plug and unplug. Is that what's happening? You're just being a jerk? All right, I'll have to fix that. That's not right. Gotta love you in summer and your family. Thank you so much, Joe Carter. I appreciate that. I gotta say I'm grinding, missing Cam right now. He's at his mom's, and that's very far away, and I'm not going to be able to travel to where he is for a good long while. So the longer this goes on, the longer I go without seeing my kid in person, and it's maddening. But I'm doing my best to stay sane. Thank you, Christine F. How do I increase my current Patreon tier level? You can just go in there and click on the next level up or whatever, and it'll automatically lift you to that. I think a couple people have done it. They can tell you better than I do. It's weird being on this side of the portal. So your exercise for the day. That's right. Yeah, hold on. We'll do some exercise. Hold on. Let's see if I can grab this real quick. Hold on. I'm coming back. Don't worry. Haven't lost you. 1 second. We'll do kind of this business, the whole type of things. Thank you for what you do, Rob Glenn. I was so looking forward to us getting to hang out, and unfortunately, everything got thrown into a cocked hat. So yeah, do push-ups. You won't be able to see me on the floor. Stop using momentum. I can't not. This is it. This is a very small weight, but it was the only one that was in the room. All the big ones are downstairs where I've been working around in the kit. Yeah, I need that kind of thing. So Yeah. You know what my favorite, here, I'll show you one of my favorite exercises, and this is for chest that I've been doing. Let's see if I can get over here. So, since I don't have access to the bigger weights they have at the gym, one of the exercises I picked up for doing chest at home that work on this is holding it has to be a relatively small dumbbell. This is 15, like 15, 20 max, because you want to be able to do the entire range of motion. But you just literally do big circles like this, really slowly, and far enough out in front where it engages these, and then it builds your traps too. So it's just it's a slow, it's like intolerably slow for it to work. So that's there you go. There's my tip. And then of course you can always lay back on something and do a single press forward, pushing together with your hands really tightly and still using a smaller weight. I've had to modify a lot of my workout because I'm stuck at home. Yeah, you got to drop your shoulders, that is true. But the idea is that you have to be able to, it's got to be a light enough weight you can maintain the entire thing. Shake weight is so jealous. I have one of those someplace. I had to break it out. Thank you, I am not my thoughts. Yes, drop your shoulders while maintaining neutral spine. Very important. For yoga as well. Are you the guy from the Rugrats film? No. Was there a Rugrats film? Or do I just have Rugrats hair right now? That could be true. Yeah, that's one of the ones. And you want to use a very lightweight simply because you want to be able to do the full range of motion without stressing any of the smaller muscles, because it's very weird. But if you lower your shoulders and squeeze together with your hands, it makes more of it. 25th Amendment now. Yeah, he's insane. It's crazy. I wish I don't have a flashlight. No, but luckily I'm not alone. Talk soup, indeed. What about the Thigh Master? I am the Thigh Master. How you do this for 4 hours a day without drinking is a mystery. Because I'm already insane. I'm plenty weird on my own. I think that's why. Yeah, but one of the best things you can do when you're limited on stuff is slow down your exercise. That adds more difficulty to it, so stop going for numbers. Go for time, Do 30 seconds of push-ups. And if you can do 8 in 30 seconds, it's amazing how much it will affect your muscles. Yes, Suzanne Summers has like the crushing thighs from like Blade Runner or which one was it? Was it GoldenEye? It was GoldenEye. The woman who like broke guys' necks with or crushed the dude's ribs with her thighs. Yeah. Thank you, Slick Chick. Yeah, 15-pound barbell will work fine. Do you have your Jacqueline Lane blue stretch band? We have stretch bands here. But I'm always afraid that I'll put them over a door for doing stuff that I'm going to get smacked in the back of the head. No stupid questions, fake workouts. There you go. That's right. You are terrible for asking me questions about my... On a top. That's right. That's right. Moggs with 2 G's. That's right. That's right, Act. How many sets of glasses do you own, man? Do you drink out of different cups every day? Well, this is my standard iced coffee mug. And then I have this giant mason jar that I drink out of regularly. And that's it. Those are the two. And then I clean them, and those are my 2 go-tos. I also have my big skull mug that Summer got me. But when we green screen, it looks weird. So, yeah. Grab some... look at that. Get leg cramps, grab some Tums and get a couple and your cramps will go. That's interesting. Thigh Masters cause problems with hip joints. They were a boon to hip replacement surgery. They were originally they were supposed to be a chest workout thing. You're supposed to you're supposed to put it against your chest, and this was the motion here, and then they couldn't sell them. Yeah, send Hal drinking glasses is good. I have, let's see, I've got, but I do have sunglasses. And I've only got two drinking glasses, but I've got sunglasses. What's happening? Can you do a Trump accent? I haven't so far. I do it a little bit, but not so much, folks. I don't want to try very hard because they say imitation is a sincerest form of flattery, and yeah. Dude, I know. They're pretty cool. These are pretty sweet, I have to say. I thought they'd be ridiculous, and that they wouldn't work very well. And here's the problem. So I've always had, I do not have a monocle. One of my ears is higher than the other. So whenever I wear sunglasses, they're always like this. So I was like, I don't wear sunglasses as often as I should because of that reason. And then I was like, wait a second. This might solve the problem. So I ordered a crap pair of them off of Amazon, and they actually work great, and I wear them constantly. They're pretty sweet. Oh, show the noobs your COVID mask and face shield? Oh, yeah. So in case you guys were wondering, they said you have to go out and you have to wear a mask when you go out. So this is my mask. You think it'll work? By the way, it's got a drone sound in it to scare people. It's actually a fan that's in it, and the fan it keeps the goggles from fogging up. Isn't that sweet? Yeah, it's definitely my Mandalorian look. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, I like it. It does make my hair poofier than usual though when I take it off. So that's a factor. You can always use more fans. It's true. It has two little mini fans right here that just blow a little bit. Yeah, it covers my nose, my mouth and my nose, and that's true. And it keeps me from touching my face. And you can spray it with like Lysol after you leave the store completely. That's why I thought like a full face mask might be the thing. I've been working on it though. I'm setting up a thing where I can film in my garage so I can show you guys, because this is a normal one with very little modification. This is just the standard version of it. These panels come off and you can replace them with stuff. So I've started modifying. It comes with extra panels. So because it wasn't that expensive, I ordered 2 helmets and then I had all these extra pieces. So I started modifying the extra pieces, and I'm running some lights and some other stuff in here. It's a little nuts. I'm getting a little like cosplay with it, but it just seemed like a cool hobby to have when I'm not doing this and losing my friggin' mind, right? So I'll show you the advanced version of that in the next stream. How about that? I'll bring the helmet so far with the modifications up, and I'll show it to you guys in the next stream. But I think it's pretty, like, it's cool. It's a fun little thing to do. I'm sick of smelling Lysol, seriously. David Pacman has developed a troll doll of damn it doll hair. Yeah, I saw him brushing his hair around. It's fine. It's, there's no excuse not to, look presentable on camera, though. I don't get this whole, like, cheers, Jimmy Reed. Much love to everyone in Ireland. I hope to see you guys all soon. And I'm going to sign off now because it's 3:15 already, and I'm going to go try and salvage the online get-together that I was going to have. You guys go get a snack. I will be playing Call of Duty tonight, and I will even do some Apex Legends if I feel like it. I kind of hate that game, but I will do it because people request it. Yeah, that's right. Can't Stop Lying, thanks for that reminder. Call a family member, call a friend, call an acquaintance that's outside your normal contact list. And let them know that you're thinking about them. Check in on them. I got this great message from Phil X, the guitar player. He's in Bon Jovi's band right now. He's in the documentary Hired Gun on Netflix and on iTunes if you want to watch that. He's a really sweet guy and such a good player, such a talented player. And his son's a Lab Rats fan, so I was like, you know, let me make a video for him, than, you know, getting him to study his science or something. So he did that, and they were very happy. So this was a couple months ago. And so randomly he calls and he goes, hey man, my wife's doing this thing where we do Dine and Dash, where she cooks food and leaves it on your doorstep and you don't have to worry about anything. And you know, we'd love to cook for you. And I'm like, they're in LA and I'm in Vegas right now, so they couldn't do it or whatever. But it was so nice for him to just reach out and do that. I loved it. So, you know, if you can even reach out and let somebody know that you're thinking about them, it's incredibly uplifting. So anyways, I adore you guys, and Camden, when you're watching later, I love you. And I'll talk to you guys soon. I'm working on this. It's gonna get better. I'm working piece by piece. The graphics are gonna get better, but this is holding up. This didn't collapse this time. We didn't have a complete failure, right? Did you notice that? I worked on it. Thanks. Just can't stop lying. Love to you guys too. I appreciate it. Don't get me misty before I got to sign off. But I adore you guys, and I will, I will continue to solve these problems and batten down these hatches. We're going to have a full-on network by the time this is done. Please consider becoming a patron or super chatting, or go to paypal.me/HalSparks. I noticed a bunch of you started doing little donations there. That was really awesome. I'm going to make a list of those folks and post it, because that's just super cool. You guys are wonderful. I will see you again soon. See you on Twitter.